And you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight's past gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular upon spurs singing a gay through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with a throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, built by the Barndo Co. and proudly presented by our friends at Resto Pros. There when you need them, Resto Pros, Midlands, SC.com. Resto Pros of the Midlands. The Barndo Co. builds dream homes in the Carolinas, all across the Carolinas. If you head to the barndoco.com, you can see their impressive work. They're one of the nation's best builders. Their awards are in their office. They can prove it. Head to the barndoco.com. It's Gamecock owned and Gamecock operated. Maybe you're buying some property and you want to build something cool. You know, not just the standard stick house. You want to build something cool that can sustain hurricanes in our neck of the woods. The Barndo Co. can do that. I promise. I promise they can. The barndoco.com. Maybe you want to build a home in Hampton County. The pride of Hampton County is here. Alex Jones will be joined in about, 20 minutes or so by Mike Morgan. He'll go the rest of the way with me. We got John Strickland coming up, where we'll talk about your spring football today. We got Carolina Hoops on deck. They'll be playing tomorrow. We'll talk about that in just a minute with Alex, too. We'll get into some Gamecock baseball and some NFL free agency. There's a bunch of Gamecocks, Alex, that have a bunch of money now after what happened yesterday. So congratulations to all those guys for signing deals with their respective organizations. But we'll lead off this morning, and the SEC men's tournament gets going tomorrow up in Nashville. And As rough of a ride as it's been, Alex, as rough of a ride as it's been, they actually have a pretty good little draw. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think they got about as best of a draw as they could with the SEC being what it is this year. I mean, you get an Arkansas team that you handled at home a few weeks ago, and obviously Arkansas kind of ended the season really well. And I think a loss for Arkansas to South Carolina tomorrow wouldn't knock them out of the tournament because I think right now they're in that last 4 buys section for Lenardi. Obviously, probably would make things a little uncomfortable for them on Sunday, but I think Arkansas kind of did what they needed to do to end the season. But from a South Carolina standpoint, I mean, they kind of have nothing to lose going into this tournament. Just go and play and see what you can do. And after that Tennessee game, Lamont Paris mentioned on the radio with Derek Scott, they're, talking about, Arkansas matchup. And he's like, no, it should give our team a little bit of confidence knowing that, we found a way, we, controlled that game and found a way to beat them. So, Arkansas, you have to imagine is going to be motivated in that game to get some revenge. But, I think, we'll see kind of what a John Calipari coach team does in the SEC tournament. You never knew what you were going to get when he was at Kentucky. But, I think Arkansas is going to have something to prove. But South Carolina, I think the goal for them is just go see what you can do because there's really nothing to lose from their standpoint.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's and Coach is right about that. And Coach Cal, maybe he's got a little bit of a mental block, I think, against South Carolina. He's had a rough go of it against the Gamecocks over the years. It is a good draw, at least in if they can get through the first 2 rounds. Not so much as in the quarters if they get to Auburn, who will be waiting patiently for somebody to take them on. Auburn is potentially the number 1 overall seed in the tournament this year. But as it's been brought up oftentimes, and Mike has mentioned it, we've mentioned it a couple of times, you do wonder about these teams that are, look, if you're the number 1 overall seed, that's great, Alex. But at the end of the day, they're not dropping below one of the 4 they're going to be a number 1 seed, period, the end. So, you wonder how much this tournament will mean to a team like Auburn. Florida, Tennessee, I'm looking at the top 4 seeds here. Florida, Tennessee, Alabama, they're all kind of, I think Florida's going to end up being the number 1 overall seed, but they're all kind of playing to be a number 1 seed in the dance, and Auburn's already got it. But first things first is the Hogs, and then maybe the Rebels. Gamecocks had success against both this year, beating Arkansas, as you mentioned. And, Alex, I haven't heard, I've heard a little bit from Coach Paris, but, my understanding was, a couple of weeks ago, or I'd say maybe about 3 or 4 weeks ago, when it was, look, any chance of getting into the tournament based on a regular season resume is totally out the window. And the focus for this group, not I get it. The fans are all worried about NIL and what to do in the offseason. Yeah, that's fine. But the coaching staff has to worry about this team that they're coaching. And my understanding was, let's try to be playing our best basketball when we get into the tournament in March. Do you think they can make that argument?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you think about going into that Tennessee game, the Georgia game, Georgia's just playing, talking about the regular season. The Georgia game, Georgia's playing its best basketball right now, and South Carolina competed, but just didn't have quite enough. And then going to that Tennessee game, I think they can take some out of that Tennessee game because, we talked about a bunch on here about how South Carolina has struggled playing on the road. I mean, they had Tennessee tied up at halftime and played them all the way down to the stretch. And Tennessee just had, a little bit too much there in the second half to overcome. But, I mean, I think you're seeing there's a few bright spots that they are. I mean, obviously, Colin Murray-Boles is playing outstanding basketball right now. And, obviously you hope he's healthy because he was battling, I think, a little bit of that injury second half of that Tennessee game and didn't play in the last 5 minutes. So you hope he's healthy going into this game. But, there are some bright spots South Carolina can build on. And, again, just go into this tournament knowing that there's nothing for you to lose going into this tournament and just see what you can do because you mentioned there's a favorable draw. Or I say favorable. None of the SEC is going to be favorable this year, but you like the chances they have in those first few rounds. And that is an interesting point about, some of these teams like Auburn and Florida and maybe even like an Alabama who had a 1 or at the very least a 2 seed locked up. What's their mentality going into these tournament games because they've been through a grueling schedule just like every other SEC team. Do they kind of, the coaches obviously wouldn't come out and publicly say it, but, do they want to try to get some rest here in this tournament before, the big dance really starts?
All right, Arkansas, healthier than when they played the Gamecocks. They had zero answers for Colin Murray-Boles in that game. None. 35 points and 12 of 16 from the floor. He shot 11 of 12 from the free throw line. I would imagine that largely the game plan is to try to get him going early again and see if Arkansas has made any adjustments. But if they have, and you would imagine that that's probably been the general and central focus for the Razorbacks hoops program the last few days. If they have, and if they're just going to hunker down on him and say he's not going to beat us, who else can beat them for the Gamecocks?
I think Nick Pringle could play a factor in that. He played really well against Tennessee. He had 16 points and 14 rebounds. And I think in that Arkansas game, he had 18 points against Arkansas and 9 rebounds. So he could be one if they put the sole focus on Colin Murray-Boles and not let him have that 30-plus game again. I mean, he could be one that could be a focal point and have a good game again. And I think he was playing really good basketball down the stretch too, especially kind of building off that Tennessee game. But then I think you just need the guards. We kind of continue to talk about the guards could step up. And because really when you look at it in that game against Arkansas, it was really Colin Murray-Boles and Nick Pringle with 35 and 18. And they were the only two in double figures. I mean, Jordan Butler was with 9, but you had Jamari Thomas with 3, Zach Davis with 1. Morris Ugasuk with 6. So you're going to need the guards to step up. And, I mean, Arkansas's got some talented guards too. But, I mean, I have to, like you mentioned, I think you have to imagine they're going to do everything they can to not let Colin Murray-Boles have that 30-plus game and single-handedly beat them. So I think you have to watch Nick Pringle to see, if he can build off that Tennessee game. And then they're just going to need some more production from those guards compared to what they did in the first matchup between these two.
Yeah, the 53 combined between Pringle and CMB against the Razorbacks equaled the total for the entire team for Arkansas in that ball game. So it does seem like they're going to have to, if they stop those guys, it's going to turn to the guards for South Carolina, and they just haven't exactly been consistent this year, I would say, to say the least. Let's talk about CMB for a second, because there is a chance that tomorrow is the last time we'll see Colin Murray-Boles in a Gamecock uniform. We don't know that. I know last night in the VIP room, it was mentioned that, hey, look, this thing is legitimately up in the air as to whether he returns or not. But how much in the last month do you think his draft stock has improved?
I think it has improved a lot, just what he's done recently. I mean, he's playing incredible basketball, and I mean, you saw the respect the coaches in the league had really for him to name him a second-team All-SEC performer. And I think when you looked at it, some of the mock drafts, kind of middle of the season, they still had him kind of in that 15-ish range somewhere in there. And I think the way he's played recently, he's only going to stick there or maybe even rise up. And I wouldn't be surprised to see an NBA team kind of towards the lottery area pick him just because of the potential. And I think obviously the talk around Colin Murray-Boles is the perimeter shot, and you've seen some flashes of it this year, but it hasn't been consistent. And I think just some teams maybe just see the potential is there, and they'll bring him in and they'll work with him. But obviously, as you mentioned, the reporting that Whittles had in the VIP room, there is some discussion. We'll see. We'll kind of figure out. It may not get an answer to that, right at the end of the season. But we'll see, and that we'll see what happens. But I think his draft stock, with the way he's played recently, has just kind of continued to soar up.
Yeah, I mean, he was on a heater. Clearly, Tennessee, Rick Barnes, I mean, we're not going to let him get 15 shots off in this game, and they didn't. He only shot the basketball 7 times, and of the 7, 3 of them were from long range, so just 4 inside the three-point line. Where do you think his game, though, has improved the most?
I think here towards maybe middle to the second part of the half is just his aggression. Lamont Paris and those guys talked about, when he gets the ball, he's a very unselfish player. He's always looking to pass, but I thought, this second half, he really kind of took it in his own hands and said, he just attacked the basket. And that's why you see the way he's playing right now. He's really fun to watch attack the rim, because he almost attacks the rim like a guard, at the speed of a guard, with the way he can kind of, move his body around to get an open shot around the layup. And it's just really impressive to watch him with the way he can attack the rim. But I think it's really his aggression now, this second half of the season, where he's kind of just say, get me the ball around the elbow, the free throw line, I'm going to take it. And he can finish really, around the rim with the best of them. I think that's really kind of where he's taking his game to the next level.
We'll see. 1 o'clock tip tomorrow against the Razorbacks, 12:30 airtime from Nashville. Our friend Derek Scott and the great Judge Casey Manning will have the call. Could it be the last game of the season for the Gamecocks? We'll soon find out. Alex, we'll turn our attention to the gridiron, from the hardwood to the gridiron. Now, I want to follow up on a note that you put in the VIP room last night. I'm sure most have read it by now. If not, I would encourage everybody to go check it out. Monday nights are fun nights on the Big Spurt. You mentioned 4-star in-state lineman Zion. Is it Giles or Gillies? We can't figure this out.
I believe it's Giles.
Giles. Okay, so I apologize to the Giles family. 4-star in-state offensive lineman Zion Giles. He is going to be announcing a decision in 10 days. Alex, what's the latest?
Yeah, so obviously he went to the Clemson big recruiting weekend this weekend, and he announced last weekend the plans to announce on March 21st. And I thought, just from my perspective, I thought South Carolina was in a good spot, and he ended up going to Clemson. And I think there was maybe potential some talk that Clemson made a move, and maybe he could push the commitment date back. But the latest that I have on it is I feel good about where South Carolina is, and I think where we stand right now, I think the commitment still is going to happen on March 21st, and I think South Carolina's put themselves in a really good spot here.
You and Hale have been pretty tight with the recruiting stuff lately. Obviously, JC and Tony and everybody they chip in a bunch as well. But it seems to me, I mean, it's March, and there have been years around here where Carolina, you see the names that come up, and you see the numbers that come up next to their name, their player rankings and all these things, and it gets you excited. But as time goes on, some of that tapers off. These guys, and Carolina was one of blank schools. This whole thing feels different right now. And I don't mean any disrespect to guys who aren't ranked as highly. That's not what I'm not trying to create a divide here. We all know that 2- and 3-star players come to South Carolina and do a pretty good job, but they've been going after a bunch of very high-end talent. And my understanding, Alex, they are right in the thick of it, if not leading for the majority of those guys. And some of those leads are by a pretty significant margin. What can you add to that?
Yeah, they've been obviously building this class for a long time now, and you think about some of the names that you hear about a lot in this class with South Carolina. You think about Darius Gray, the offensive lineman from Virginia, who's kind of a borderline 5-star guy. Like, I think South Carolina's put themselves in a really good spot there. And it kind of with Darius Gray and really a lot of these guys, that it seems that South Carolina may have a lead on. They're obviously going to have to get to the finish line with them, just because a lot of these guys are going to be taking a lot of different visits. But, I mean, you're right. South Carolina's put themselves in a really good spot with a lot of these guys. I mean, Rodney Dunham, the edge out of North Carolina, released a top 5 the other day, and South Carolina's in it. And I think with him, you kind of think about South Carolina and Tennessee being the 2 schools of them, and maybe Duke. Could watch out for Duke as well, because we saw what Duke did last year with Bryce Davis, who was an edge out of that, kind of that area up there in North Carolina. But I mean, it's really deep. You can see it on both sides of the ball. I mean, you mentioned Darius Gray, Aiden Harris, a defensive lineman from Weddington. South Carolina's put themselves in a decent spot there. Got some of the in-state guys too. Like, you think about, Tamarian Watkins out of Northwestern. He's a really good player, and I think he could be one that continue to rise in rankings, because he's getting offers from just about everybody. Georgia and Texas A&M have offered him, but he's one that I think, again, South Carolina's in a good spot with. And then they're still battling for some guys. I think Carson Baker out of Langston Hughes. I mean, he's a running back. That's the spot that South Carolina needs to add, maybe at least one to that spot for what they're going to lose after this upcoming season. But they're battling for him. So there's a lot of momentum for South Carolina on the recruiting trail right now, and really on both sides of the ball, they've put themselves in a good spot for a lot of really high-end prospects.
Yeah, it's been pretty remarkable. Winning helps. When you win games, people certainly want to be a part of it, but they seem to have the magic potion right now. We'll obviously continue to follow a bunch of this, and then we'll shifting over to the team that's actually here. They are set to go in not 8 days. 8 days. We just got that. I think we just got an email last night from Steve, didn't we, Alex?
Yeah.
Didn't I see that come through? Yeah. Okay. As we get a little bit closer, and obviously we'll be able to do this again next week. What are some of your top storylines?
Some of the position battles, I think that, maybe we find out about spring practice, what they're going to look like come fall, but maybe they roll into spring practice or preseason camp. I think some of the positions you're going to think about there are wide receiver, starting on offense, wide receiver. Obviously they got some returning guys. Think about Nick Harbor, Mazio Bennett, Jared Brown, and Dre Jacobs. I mean, that's, I think a solid 4 players to return, but I think really a lot of the odds are going to be on the true freshmen, the 5 true freshman wide receivers that are on campus right now. There's a lot of talk about those guys, and how well they performed, but obviously they're going to have to, take that up a level to be, someone they rely on. And because it's never easy for a freshman to play in the SEC, but I think those guys have really made, turn some heads early on. And I think, once we get to the spring portal window, maybe they look to the portal to see if they can get one more. But that's one spot. The interior of the offensive line, obviously having to replace those Kamar Bell, Vershawn Lee, and Torricelli Simpkins. I mean, that's 3 guys on the interior you got to replace, but they got a lot of different options that they can go with. There's either with be it the transfer guys like Rodney Newsom or Nick Sharp, or Boaz Stanley, who seems like maybe has the inside track for the center position. But they also got some guys returning there at some of the young guys. They got Trevon Ball, who was a freshman All-American by some outlets, and can he step up and rise up into that guard position? Can Marquis Anderson rise up to that spot as well? I mean, Tree Bobbele, what do they do with him? Do they kind of move him into the interior? So I think interior offensive line is really going to be kind of fascinating to watch to see, what kind of lineups we see while we're out there at practice on the offensive line. They're really interior defensive line, that defensive tackle. They lost a lot, we all know, but there's some guys that could really Gabriel Brown-Lundindy's a guy I'm really excited to watch. And I think he's got a lot of potential coming from Texas A&M, and Devontae Miles as well. I think has also turned some attention too. I think he's one that maybe when you saw it, like he could be a really good depth piece, but I think he's really kind of turned it on since he's gotten on campus as well. So, just a few different spots that there's going to be some position battles. What do they do with Jalen Kilgore at that nickel spot? Do they keep him at that nickel spot, or do they move him back to safety, kind of where he started when he got to South Carolina? It's just, there's a lot of different things in that they can go with at all these different positions, but they've really kind of built a lot of depth at each of these positions where there's a lot of different quality options.
As far as the transfers, who did you get to meet with last week?
Saw Aaron Nolan.
Yeah, stop there. Let's just stop there.
Yeah.
I thought that you had a chance to meet with Nolan.
Yeah.
Give us your takeaways from him. Just play, demeanor, all the things. What did he have to say?
I thought one of the more impressive things he talked about was the competition factor. Obviously, being a guy who's at Ohio State was behind a guy like Will Howard, who helped Ohio State win the national championship, and comes to South Carolina where LaNorris Sellers is going to be the guy in 2025. And you look at it, and he could have maybe just stayed at Ohio State, but he wanted to come to South Carolina. He liked the Mike Shula, or liked what he saw from Mike Shula, but he's mentioned he's not scared of the competition. I think he feels it's going to help make him better and help working with a guy like LaNorris. I think he's really excited to do that. And I thought that was just really, telling for his attitude and his perspective that he's not scared of the competition. He's not scared to learn from guys in the rest of the quarterback room.
Yeah, I think this kid's really good.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't. I'm saying this, as a positive for him, not as a negative for LaNorris. I think this gap is a little bit closer than people think it is. LaNorris Sellers is the starting quarterback in South Carolina. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
But God forbid, and hopefully it's just in mop-up duty, he has to go in the game. That I think people, from what I've been told, are going to be pretty impressed with what they see out of this kid. He's a big kid too.
Yeah, and he's put on a little bit of weight too from where he was listed at Ohio State's official roster to where he is now. He, looks a little bit bigger and stronger. And, I think it's going to be interesting to see, like, maybe do they have a few packages for him? Because you saw that with Robbie Ashford early on. They had a few packages for him. Do they do that with, Aaron Nolan? I think that's really intriguing because he kind of mentioned when we were talking to him that, he's kind of asked about his best attributes. And I think he mentioned he has sneaky athleticism. And I think that could be something that'd be really kind of tough for teams to account for when, but and obviously with Norris being the guy, but it could be interesting. Maybe you see some of that as well, but he's a fascinating player to watch this spring because I think he's now got another year where, obviously he's pushing LaNorris to, continue to work him. And I think that's another option of this where, LaNorris is going to have a guy like Aaron Nolan really pushing him. And that's only, Shane Beamer and the rest of that coaching staff always mentions how competition, that's all they want is competition. And they're going to have it in that quarterback room. And, with LaNorris being the guy, but he's going to have Aaron Nolan, continue to work and help improve each other.
Final one, Alex, and we'll get you out of here. I think we'll probably have to look at the schedule next week. It's Pro Day next Tuesday. 25 players will be out on the field working out. I know you'll be covering that. This is going to be, in my opinion, the most anticipated Pro Day in Carolina football history. They could smash the record for draft picks this year, and this is really kind of the final look at the group before the NFL draft comes calling next month. But going into last season, there was a ton of conversation around, Nick Harbor. Oh, it's his turn. It's his time. I was very apprehensive to hop on that train based on what I had heard and just based on, understanding how things develop for some players. But personally, I thought as the season went along, Nick Harbor would get more and more and more comfortable, and I think he did. Mm-hmm. I think he finished the year and he looked like a wide receiver. To be quite frank, he looked like someone trying to play wide receiver prior to that. I think that this is his. I think it's his turn. He's gonna hear. This whole team is gonna hear all this stuff. They've already started hearing it. It's being written about, regionally, statewide, nationally. What to do with this wide receiver group? They need to go back to the portal. They need to do this. They need to do that. Number one, I think he's going to take that personal. And number two, you're giving this kid 8 months to continue to round himself into form at that position. If I was asked today, quite frankly, who are you, aside from the quarterback, who are you the most excited to see on offense? It's a no-brainer. It is Nick Harbor. I think he's got a chance to have a very, very special year.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And, you mentioned it. You really start to see middle to late into the season, you start to see the light come on for him at wide receiver. And I think that's a credit to his work ethic, obviously, because they talked about how hard he worked to continue to improve. But I think Mike Fury did an awesome job helping him continue to develop. But I think what that did now, or for him, was I think that gave him the confidence to show that he can do it. And so now you see him, with sole focus on football, not running indoor track. I think that's going to be huge for his development to have that whole spring where he can build on what he did toward the end of the season. And we know all the physical attributes that he has. I mean, he's fast. I mean, he's one of the. I mean, obviously Bruce Feldman has him as the number one freak in back-to-back years. And I mean, we know what he can do from that standpoint. But now it's just having that light continue to turn on at wide receiver. And I think you're starting to see that. And obviously, we talked about just a minute ago with, that wide receiver spot. They need somebody to step up. And, I mean, he's one of those that he's, I think maybe number one on that list who absolutely can and be a number one type of guy if he continues to develop.
Well, it's getting fun. Spring ball right around the corner. You got a lot to cover here. Yeah. Over the next few weeks, Alex. A busy time of the year. Always appreciate you, my man. Everybody, make sure that they head to thebigspur.com. You can read more of Alex's work. The pride of Hampton County, South Carolina. See you next week, dude. We'll work on we'll figure out next week. I know you'll be in Williams-Brice when we're on the air next Tuesday, so we'll figure something out.
Sounds good. See y'all next week.
Thanks, brother. There you go. Alex Jones with thebigspur.com. That segment brought to you by our friends at Palm Casual, palmcasual.com. The weather finally is turning the corner, thankfully. It's baseball season, softball season, time to be outside. So make sure that your outside area is the best that it can be. You want your friends to enjoy coming to your house, not want to come to your house. Palm Casual, 4 locations from Bluffton all the way up to Myrtle Beach, inland on the other side of Somerville towards I-95. They're about to have one build up in Wilmington. If you can head to palmcasual.com, maybe tell them what you're looking for first. If you have to drive from somewhere and let them find it, send it to you. You like it, come down, buy it. Make yourself happy. palmcasual.com. Hang tight. Mike Morgan, John Strickland ahead here on the morning show.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Touchdown Brewer. Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Brewer, his second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer, turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service, second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
You're tuned into Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Part of the Chief Sports Network and presented by Gamecock Traditions.
All right, it is 10:35. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the Morning show powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. Finally, the rain is gone. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. So if you don't have one, I get one, or maybe someone in your family wants one, son, daughter, wife, husband, something like that. They are awesome, man. Up to 28 miles per hour. Are you serious? It's faster than some people drive, at least where I live. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. They've got every quality brand known to man. Mike and Strick are ahead here in just a little bit. A couple of tickets punched last night, by the way. Troy is dancing. They hung 94 on Arkansas State. And Wofford and Furman, boy, they had a good one. They had a good one going up in Asheville last night. And the Terriers pulled out over the Paladins, kind of breaking their heart, if you will. Furman had a nice year, but Wofford gets it done in a rivalry matchup up there at the Harris-Cherokee Center. And so Wofford is back in the dance. So congratulations to those two teams. A couple more punching their ticket. Of course, conference tournaments are underway. The Big 12, the ACC, they all start today. If you want to watch those, as we mentioned earlier, the SEC will begin tomorrow. There are some finals tonight. The Northeast Conference, St. Francis and Central Connecticut. They'll play tonight on ESPN2 at 7. Robert Morris and Youngstown State at 7 on ESPN, Phil, in the Horizon League Championship. Let's see here. We got the West Coast Conference final tonight. Shocker, right? Gonzaga and St. Mary's are battling for this one.
Never heard of either one of those teams.
I know.
Yeah.
9 o'clock on ESPN. So there's three tickets to be punched this evening. There will be some more tomorrow. Hey, look, if you if you like doing brackets and all that stuff, these are the games you want to watch. If you want to pick your Cinderellas, this is where you draw that information from. So
yeah, that and the ACC tournament.
I still can't believe that they're most likely to only get 3 teams.
3 teams. I mean, and the nature of college basketball these days, obviously, I think that is very cyclical, right? Like the ACC can fix this in one off season, right? It's gonna cost you, but
yeah,
it's something you could turn around. But I like you. I don't think ever, with as dominant as that conference has been in college basketball, would have ever thought, wow, only 3 ACC teams in the tournament, man. Golly.
Am I the only one, though? Because you got North Carolina is on the first 4 outline.
Yeah.
And they play today. No, they don't play. They play tomorrow. They play tomorrow. Am I the only one that thinks if they win tomorrow that the committee, because they're North Carolina, is going to put them in?
That wouldn't surprise me. Like, you got to, traditionally we think of these mid-majors conferences and, as the bid stealers, but there are brand bid stealers too. Like, if you're going to get, and it'll be under the guise of benefit of the doubt, right?
Yeah.
So if you're close enough and you're North Carolina and you're going up against, say, I don't know, pick your first one out SEC team, they're probably going to give the nod to the Tar Heels. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, see, that's even more interesting because that's 2 big brands. Unfortunately,
Texas ain't bigger than North Carolina.
Not in basketball. That's the one thing, is like Texas ain't North Carolina in basketball.
No, North Carolina, from a metric standpoint, is at 33, I believe. 33 in the RPI, 37 in KenPom. And the Longhorns are at KenPom's got them at 46, and they are at I had to miss them somewhere here. Well, they can't be that low. Maybe they are. I don't know. I can't find them here in a quick glance at the RPI, but they're not North Texas. I don't know. But anyways, my point is the metrics are better for the Tar. There they are. Yeah, they're better for the Tar Heels than they are for the Longhorns. And I think this is where a little bit of football is trying, not as dramatic, obviously, but where football is trying to go a little bit, because you look at Texas, for instance, their record at 17-14, and by all means, that's not a very good record, right? But they're sitting there knocking on the door of getting in because of the league they play in, and that's kind of what football is trying to achieve in the SEC and really in the Big Ten too, but definitely in the SEC after what we saw last year. Like, how can you find a way to make the public be able to mirror the way that they think about the college basketball tournament, but in college football? But there's, you're not playing 30 games, you're playing 12. So if you have 4 losses, it's a lot different from having 14 losses in the top league by far in the land. So I don't know. Who knows if they'll ever get there or not. But I think North Carolina's going to end up getting in. I just do.
Yeah. Especially, I think you reinforce that with a win in the tournament. Maybe 2. I don't know. It's been a down year.
The thing with the Tar Heels, and here's the other side of it. Before they got beat by Duke, they had won 6 straight. Syracuse, NC State, Virginia, at Florida State, Miami, Virginia Tech. Now, how many of those teams are, really good? Really none of them. But they still had won 6 straight, 7 of 8 if you want to include beating Pittsburgh. None of those teams I just mentioned are going to be in the dance. But how much leeway does that give them in the eyes of the committee? Hey, look, you've won 6 straight, especially if you win one in the tournament. You've won 7 of 8 or 8 of 10, I guess, if you want to go back that far, and you're somewhere in the mid 30s in the RPI and in the Ken Palm and all those things. And you're North Carolina. Now, if I was South Carolina, they wouldn't have a prayer. They'd be thrown to the wolves. They wouldn't get into the CBI. Is that even still around?
No. The CBI.
Yeah, the College Basketball Invitational.
Yeah.
They had more invitations declined than they had accepted.
That's like, no, we're good. We're just gonna go back to class.
That's like the wedding of the fringe friend. You're like, golly, really wish I wasn't invited to this thing.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, I'm sitting on a save the date that's on my refrigerator now. Fortunately, it's for June and late June, so it won't interrupt with any college baseball, assuming that the Gamecocks are in the postseason at that point. But it was one of those that was like, it's more of an obligation, right?
I know.
It was like, you got to go get a gift. And now it takes a whole Saturday. I don't know.
We don't do that anymore. I encourage anybody that's going to get married to just do that Amazon thing. Set up that Amazon account where people can just donate money to it. Yeah, that's what Patrick Davis did, and it was awesome. It was like,
right.
All right, you don't have to buy something and have it shipped and then wrapped or have it shipped to them, and you just put money in their account and it's over.
Oh, here we got Mike popped in. Let's pop Mike in. There we go. Morning, Mr.
Morgan.
What's up, fellas?
All right, let me ask you a question, Mike. Is
right
getting
off the bat,
is getting an invite to the CBI, the College Basketball Invitational, similar to getting an invite of that like fringe friend to his wedding? It might be like a neighbor or like the kid of a neighbor, and you're like, yeah, I kind of know him, but I don't really want to go to this thing. Are we in the same ballpark?
Key question: is there an open bar?
This is definitely a factor to consider.
Yeah. See, man, now you're making this too hard. You know what I mean?
If there's an open bar, I'd definitely rather go to the wedding that I don't even know the guy or like the guy versus play in the CBI, CIT.
Like, what if you don't know? What if you're unsure?
Well, it doesn't take maximum effort to go to a wedding. I can have a good time at any wedding. I like people. I share in the joy of people tying the knot in matrimony, and that can be a good experience. It's fellowship. I like fellowship versus playing in a basketball tournament that nobody cares, nobody watches, and nobody's motivated. So I might take the wedding on this.
All right. Well, that's fair. I mean, from a personal standpoint, being an attendee, I'm going with the wedding. Yeah, for personal enjoyment.
I can re-gift a bad wedding gift that I got from a few years ago and just bring that over there. Nobody will know the difference.
All right,
closet of returns over there.
now that we've opened this can of worms, open bar, that wedding falls on a football Saturday.
Well, no. Now you're just stacking the deck. You're right. You clearly want me to go a certain way, and so you're going to make it impossible for me to say the wedding. No.
No, I don't really care. I remember Smoke's wedding. We all got in trouble because it was, and he didn't do this, but sweet Kristen did all this. She's like my sister, and I love her. I was very upset with her this day. They planned their wedding during the date of the Arkansas-South Carolina game. Now, Arkansas beat the crap out of Carolina, so at the end of the day, I was actually kind of happy I wasn't there. But we were all stuck in a room watching.
What year was this?
In 2010, I think. It was 2010.
Oh.
It was 2010. I think it was 2010. It might have been 2009. It was one of those years. Oh, it might not. Yeah, it was somewhere in there. It was 09 or 10.
Was it post Darren McFadden, Felix Jones?
Yeah, I feel like their last year was 07, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that. Yeah,
they weren't married then. We were still in school.
Darren McFadden was a bad man.
I think it was the year that the Gamecocks won the East, but they got beat by Arkansas.
Well, 2010 was the year the Eastern Division title. I know that, but I can't remember what the Arkansas game looked like that year.
Well, we all got yelled at by everybody because nobody could find us, and we were back. We're like, well, I mean, what do you even Smoke was with us? He's like, hey, what do you want me to do? I mean, you picked the date, told you not to do it, told you these guys would be in here.
That's good. It's not that bad when the groom's in on it too, but
Yeah, she yelled at all of us like she'd married all of us that day. That's the problem.
Well,
I was like,
that.
Hey, I didn't marry you. Don't talk to me like that. I'm getting out of here.
Well, JC and I stole the show, if you will, one fall Saturday that one of our friends decided that that was going to be a good day, and I think it was 2019 Missouri. The marriage went about as well as the game did, but we rolled in there late, right after something good had happened, and then proceeded to, as the ceremony and the reception went on, just the game started to decline, and we were watching TV the entire time on my telephone and very vocal about what was happening on the screen.
Not only did the game decline, but so did we.
Yeah, right. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we showed up in a state of decline, if you will, and then proceeded to further fall.
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, been there. Understand that totally. I did that at my first trip to Delaware with Carrie to meet her family. It was during an away weekend. We won, but I stayed at her mom's house to watch the game because she had to go do all the wedding things. She was in it. And then I was able to drive her mom's. She owns a real estate company. They had a maintenance truck, not like a big, it was like a Ford F-150 to the wedding. And I got a flat tire in the pouring rain on the way there. And so I stopped waiting for someone to come get me. And I walked over to some bar across the street in the rain in my suit called like Sleepy Ann's or Crazy Ann's or Lazy Susan's or something like that. And showed up at the wedding in a pretty poor state. And I thought maybe this girl isn't going to want to be with me anymore. But we're still together. So I guess it all worked out.
It all worked out.
I'm quite the dancer. I was totally able to redeem myself. And it all worked out. But anyways, how did Dan Wetzel go this morning? I didn't get a chance to see it, obviously.
Well, no, thank you for asking. Dan was outstanding. We've had him on before, and I have much respect for him. I've had much respect for Dan for all his years at Yahoo, and we were going to have him on last week. And then literally the day he was scheduled to be on, it was announced he was leaving for ESPN. So we had to obviously bump that back and had him on today. And the thing about Dan, you know how it is, Jamie, you have a time frame in mind for a guest, but if they're on a roll, I'm not going to cut it short. And in this format, if I sense that it's like, okay, he's run out of gas, he's ready to go, then we cut him loose. But he was on, I don't know, 40 minutes, and everything that we discussed, I think, is ultra relevant in what's going on in college athletics, particularly with the two revenue sports in football and basketball. So a lot of thoughts there, and Dan always gives a great perspective, and had a lot of fun with him. So JC and I were rolling with it today. Just wrapped up, so apologize for the tardiness.
No, it's all good. Folks who missed it can pull up the Chief Sports app and watch it.
Mention that,
or listen to it, or they can go to our YouTube page, of course.
Yeah, we love the. We had some interaction in the chat box on YouTube as well, and you get to see Dan's smiling face. It's kind of fun. We were joking about it because Dan's, he's a northern guy, a Midwestern guy. He's from Massachusetts, I believe. And so we had him on. He gives you a little more perspective from the non-Southern point of view. And the week before that, we had Tony Barnhart, who is Mr. Southern Fried Football. So it's like the Civil War of sorts. We had our Confederate guest and our Union Army guest, and get both perspectives on everything.
Well, I'm excited to listen to it. I'll wait till tomorrow and turn it on my way to the mountains. That'll be
That's right. Yeah, you got a little vacay going.
That'll be good.
Yeah, that'll kill a good 90 minutes right there.
Mm-hmm.
What's been the talk here? What are we bouncing back?
Oh, we've been doing a bunch of football stuff with Alex with the Gamecocks. We'll get into more of that here with John. John's going to be here for about 20 minutes at 11.
Strick.
So talk to him. A bunch of SEC football storylines, and we were conference tournaments, more tickets punched last night. Wofford played a good game. We were talking about North Carolina. The fact that they're on the first four outline, they'll play tomorrow. We don't know yet, but they will play tomorrow. Their numbers are actually pretty decent. They're in the mid-30s on the RPI, and that's how this came up with the CBI. We were discussing the fact that, let's say North Carolina wins tomorrow, and they've won 7 of 8 games, or I guess technically it's 7 of 9 now because they got beat by Duke the other day. But they have won 7 of 9, and they had won 6 straight going into that game with the Blue Devils. If they win the first round game or their first ball game in the ACC tournament, will they get the benefit of the doubt because they're the Tar Heels?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, what hurts them is the ACC is just so down. I've never seen ACC basketball in the state that it's in.
Mm-hmm.
Never. So I don't know. And then look, I'll defend the NIT. The CBI, I can't roll with that, but I'll defend the NIT. And I don't know if North Carolina takes the attitude of we are too advanced to participate in your subservient tournament, so we will not be accepting the bid. I don't know if that happens.
I think that's exactly what would happen.
You might be right.
I think if they miss the tournament, there's a chance that they're making a change. And I'm not saying I agree or disagree.
They just extended them.
I know that.
They just I mean, it would be pretty stupid financially to do that if you didn't have every intention of bringing them back. I don't know if the fans wanted that extension, but that's what their administration gave them. They gave them. Last year they were I think the first ever preseason number 1 to not make the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that. So it's clearly not working that well.
Carolina is playing scared here.
Well, and I can't understand any of this.
It doesn't matter. Like the Belichick hire, extending this guy, that's a football move. Like extending a coach who's having a down year because you want to retain recruits and your roster, when basketball is the perfect sport to fire a coach anytime. Like, just
100%.
whatever, especially when you have what one would assume would be limited basketball resources from, I don't know, one of the biggest names in the game. Then, you could reconstruct a basketball roster in,
Look at
in
Vanderbilt.
2 weeks. Right. I mean,
They
you
fired
could put it together.
Stackhouse, put
all
together
you need is
13
money.
new players, and they're in the tournament this year.
Yeah, but you go big game hunting on the football side of things. You extend your basketball coach when it really is kind of inexplicable because for whatever, I don't know, maybe it's that important for them to keep it all in the family on the basketball court, but I have no idea.
Well,
it seems like position of, not power.
Can we take the logic of some of the football lunatics that like to say outlandish things like, well, now that NIL's a thing, all those cheaters in the SEC, look how much the sport has leveled out. Was that not the same in basketball? North Carolina's been cheating forever. Can we say that too, or no?
No.
Is that not here? Is that not fair? Okay, that's what I thought. You know what I mean? Like, come on, get that crap out of here.
And North Carolina never has a problem recruiting. I mean, whoever has that job, you're going to bring in big-time recruits. I don't know what their NIL budget is, but I imagine it's pretty damn good. So at that point, you're left with, like, what are the excuses?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense.
No.
Ohio State and football. Like,
well, I can promise you this. I know some Tar Heel fans. They're not giving excuses at all. They want to change. Yeah. They wanted it, but they wanted it long before. Mm-hmm. So they certainly want it now. But I don't think they're going to get it. I don't. This is where when you hire one of your own, when you hire a former player, an alum, you get the alumni discount, meaning they're gonna love you so much as a player that they won't fire you as quickly. But that's the negative side of it. It's like, let's just say Carolina hired
in basketball?
No,
well, either BJ Mackey. They almost hired BJ Mackey.
That one hits a little close to home. That's a sensitive subject.
I mean, I get it, but
yeah,
the point stands.
No, you're right. Okay, well, fine. Let's do that. All right. So BJ Mackey gets the basketball job, and it's not working.
Right.
You have to be the one that knocks on his door and says, "We love what you've done for us. All-time leading scorer, great representative for the University of South Carolina, but it's not working. We're going to have to cut you loose."
Yeah.
Nobody wants to have to do that. And this rarely works when you hire a former player from your school as a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
It usually doesn't work. Phil Fulmer, it worked at Tennessee until it didn't. And then they tried him as an athletic director, and it really didn't. Yeah. But more often than not, St. John's hired Chris Mullen, Georgetown hired Pat Ewing, Houston hired Clyde Drexler. It bombed in every case. So North Carolina, there's a lot of coaches that would love that job. They went in-house, and it hasn't worked.
For what it's worth, if BJ Mackey was head coach here, because I love BJ, he's awesome. He would be here for 20 years, and they'd win national championships. So we'll end it with that.
Okay,
that's my.
And if that's the case, then why stop there? Why not hire some other alums?
Oh yeah, Garcia coach football, Smoke coach baseball, everything would be fine. Sure. Well, hey, it's working out in softball right now, Chastain. So,
that's true.
It's working out so far in softball. All right, Strickland.
Going.
Yeah, she's
got it going.
Now. She's sweet, hire. But she's tough. I'll get her that. All right, Strickland standing by, and what if we hired John Strickland? We'll ask him about that. Would you like to be the head football coach of the Gamecocks? First question leading off with John Strickland when we return.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt. These are my fields where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth. This is my...
It's 11:03, and it is Tuesday, March the 11th. This time next week, we'll be getting ready for the first 4, March Madness. How about that? John Strickland joins. There's the Golden Tones. Mike or John, do you want to be the next head football coach of the Gamecocks?
Salary, yes. Other than that, no, I'm good.
No.
Big bourbon NIL deal for you if you take the job.
Yeah, right? That would be great.
Big bourbon NIL deal.
Like Mark Stoops has got the hookup up there from what I hear.
Oh, gosh, yeah. You think he ever pays for
Oh,
for
no.
bourbon?
And he's a part of RD1.
What is that?
It's
Oh,
so,
I've never had
yeah.
that.
It's good. So I think Mark is like part ownership of it or something, or some kind of investor in it. They make good
Okay.
stuff. Yeah.
Did not know that. I've got a special. I have to get the bottle. I'll show you both. Will love this special Kentucky Derby. My wife got it for me when she was up there in Louisville, with the logo of a horse on the bottle.
Yeah.
Woodford?
Is it Woodford?
Woodford, yeah.
Yeah, I have a few.
I've got one of those.
Do you really?
Yep.
Yep.
They're 1 liter bottles.
I can't
hold
remember
on.
who gave it to me, but I got it. It wasn't even during the Derby last year. It was sometime after it, but somebody gave me one of those. It's pretty cool. I haven't opened it.
Yeah,
I have
people collect those.
Yeah,
They collect them every year. They collect them, every single Derby.
Yep.
I have
Yep.
that one.
I've got that too, Mike, and I've got one that I haven't opened sitting right here in my office. It says 2017 NCAA Men's and Women's Final Four, South Carolina Gamecocks, a Woodford bottle too.
Yeah, they do all kinds of special ones. One of my
They're
in-laws has
smart.
like one for every Kentucky Final Four and national championship. So this one says Kentucky Derby 151. That's the one coming up, 151.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, did you have to like
Smart.
special order that, or how'd you get that?
No, they had it here in Columbia at some limited stores.
Okay, very nice.
Yeah.
It's a very smart marketing strategy, if you ask me.
Of course.
Yeah,
of course.
They know they'll sell. Like I just keep that bottle around as like, just pour something in it or pour Woodford in it just to have that bottle during football season.
Oh yeah,
Just refill the Woodford bottle.
Yep,
absolutely.
All right. So I earlier, we're 8 days away from spring ball at South Carolina. Guys are underway and things like that. Brad Crawford, by the way, has got a nice article up about some topics with all the top 25 teams. Y'all remember around this time last year how much conversation was being created about Nick Harbor? Remember that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was hot and heavy. And I know I was one, and I know the two of you, we all kind of pushed back on that a little bit. Pump the brakes. Let's see here. But what ended up happening was what I think, again, collectively, we all thought would kind of happen. John, speaking just from the experience of being a college football player, clearly, and Mike, you and I have seen enough of it to be able to put the pieces together. Hey, as the season goes along, this kid's probably going to end up being all right. I think it's a little bit different this go around, though. Like somebody asked me the other day, who are you most excited about? I said, well, aside from the quarterback, it's got to be everybody's number one answer. I mean, you're lying if you're not. This time I am the most excited about Nick Harbor offensively. Like if you ask me to pick a guy because of a lot of reasons. Number one, he's been around for a couple of years. And he has a whole football dedicated offseason to develop. And then also, I think this group as a whole, we saw them get better and better and better with Mike Fury last year. There's a lot of commotion going on out there about how they don't have anybody and they need to go to the portal and this, that, and the other. I'm not buying that. I'll be honest with you. And I think he's actually going to be the one that leads that charge. Well, John, we can start with you.
Yeah, I mean, if you just watch his progression last year through the season, about mid-season, especially the Alabama game, Nick started hitting his stride throughout the year.
Yeah.
And I think it's just him being on the team, on the practice field, and getting the reps in. And, this offseason, he's like, hey, I'm 100% football during the offseason. So I think that's going to help him tremendously. So I look for some big things from him because, we can sit here and talk about how great LaNorris Sellers was last year, but you got to have playmakers on the outside around you to make you that much better.
Yeah.
You know what I'd like to see while the video games, had him in Canton before he did anything last year. You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see, like, give me peak Jared Cook. Now, Cook technically was a tight end, but he didn't block anybody. He didn't block anybody in the NFL. But they're built about the same. Obviously, one's a track speed guy, but Cook could fly now.
Oh, he could move.
Spurrier used to call him Little T.O. Remember that?
Yeah.
And so Jared Cook maybe wasn't the most natural route runner and guy when he came to campus in Columbia, but he turned himself into a pretty good player and had a really lengthy, solid NFL career.
Long pro career.
Yeah. So maybe Nick Harbor can make that kind of step. They're both about 6'5", 240, somewhere in that range. And obviously Harbor's, he can go to a combine and he'll light it up. But now he's got to continue to improve just as a football player.
Yeah, I felt like, to John's point a minute ago, like I felt like he was a guy learning and trying to play wide receiver for about 7 games last year. Like and then after that, he was a wide receiver. Does that make sense? Like I felt like he was like feeling his way around the game, trying to grow up out there and get I'm trying to play wide receiver at this level. And then last 4 or 5 games, it's like, okay, he looks more like an actual wide receiver in the SEC.
Well, I think after the Alabama game, it kind of gave him that confidence boost too, right? You know, that huge catch he made was unbelievable. It's probably the catch of the year off the team, tapping that toe in for that touchdown, which was a huge play in the game for us. And I just think from there, he just started to take off. I mean, the Missouri game, he had a spectacular game. I think that's the one I'm remembering. I think it was Missouri or either A&M, but you know, you just saw Nick come on more. He made some key catches in the Clemson game. So I just think, you know, with being out on the field, getting the experience, he's just gotten better and better. And now that he's focusing on football 100% this year and not doing the track thing, I think you're going to see even more strides with him.
Like, if you actually think about it, that the core group of wideouts, Jacobs, Bennett, Jared Brown, and Harbor, they've actually played a lot of football. If you actually think about it, I mean, they've collectively.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm excited for the group. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a strong group, and you know, Coach Fury. I mean, he's one of the best, in my opinion. He's one of the best coaches out there, and I mean, he had a long pro career. I mean, he's been around. He knows what it takes. So I'm super excited about this receiving core, what they could be.
Yeah, I just want to see an alpha. You know, I want somebody to emerge as.
I agree. Who's the guy?
Who's the guy?
Yeah.
Because if you look at like most of the great, not even just in the SEC, you could expand it to college football. Most of them had an alpha, a guy that you need a big play, and it's like, go make it.
Mm-hmm.
Go make life a little easier on the quarterback. Get open, and if I throw it in your direction, I know you can make that play. That's what I'd love to see.
Well, you know, there's Mazio, Sellers, and Dillon were at the Mason Jar in New York City last night for an autograph signing and Gamecock event. So I talked to Mike Uva about it last night afterwards. He said it went great, and all the guys gave some really good answers, had all the Gamecock fans up there hyped.
Well, I think they have every right to be. I like this offense. You know, obviously, if you don't have a quarterback, it's hard to say that. Let me ask you a question. So Bobo got extended, right? Didn't I see he got an extension?
Well, I heard something on this yesterday. God, I heard it somewhere. He had already had a 3-year deal as of last year, so he has 2 more years left on his contract, and Georgia fans were up in arms. It's like, what? We didn't know he had that long on his contract. So he's got 2 years left on his contract.
What? Why Mike wanted to go back to Georgia, I'll never know. It doesn't matter what happens. He's always going to be the punching.
Oh, he is. I feel like I'm in a time machine, and it's back to the first time he had the job.
No, that's
and
what
he was
saying.
A pinata, and then he kind of reinvented himself, comes back to Georgia, and it's the same thing. They rip on him mercilessly.
That's Georgia fans
every day.
Yeah,
like that taxes and Mike Bobo's.
I got a family full of Georgia fans, so I know all about it.
Oh,
yeah,
you probably hear it nonstop, right?
Yeah.
So, who coming into the spring or going into the fall, however you want to look at it, would you rather be in South Carolina's position with Mike Shula calling the plays, LaNorris Sellers, or would you rather be Gunnar Stockton and Mike Bobo and the offense in Athens?
I mean, I don't think it's any question that who the superior quarterback is in my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, give me Sellers and Shula. That's the way I see it. You know, Gunnar hasn't proved anything. And, you know, early in his career, I heard people say, you know, we don't know if this guy will ever actually play at Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that buzz
a lot
from inside the building from some people I knew. So, but I will give it to Gunnar. He SEC championship game, he stepped up and played a hell of a game. So, but yeah, I'm taking LaNorris all day on this one.
Who's in the better spot, Mike, going into the spring?
Oh, I think LaNorris is ahead of Gunnar Stockton.
Well, I mean collectively, the whole system.
Yeah, your question, I took it as what offense is more set to succeed,
mm-hmm.
like 1 through 11.
Yeah.
I mean, I hadn't really been thinking a whole lot about what Georgia's offense is going to look like next year.
It better look good.
Well, yeah.
We know that.
They better look good for Mike Bobo, but they've had problems getting the wide receiver. They had that one little pocket where you had Ladd McConkey, who was under-recruited, and you had Brock Bowers, a kid from Napa, California, and they just turned out to be, Brock's a freak of nature, and Ladd McConkey, as you saw at the NFL level as a rookie, you can't cover him, and he catches everything. And the moment those two guys left, and I tried to warn my Georgia friends over here, like, Carson Beck's going to miss those dudes. No, we're Georgia. No, he's going to miss them. Trust me. And Carson Beck took not one step back, not two, but about 10. Yeah, I'm glad he's got G'd up at Miami, and good luck to you and your Cavender twin and maybe another Lambo. But he went from being a top 10 pick in the NFL draft to a guy that has to completely convince scouts that he's worthy of even being selected now. So my point of that is, for turning it to 2025, who are the weapons for Georgia now for Gunnar Stockton? That I'm not sure.
Well, and Georgia led the country last year in drops from wide receivers.
Did they really?
Mm-hmm.
I
sure did.
Yeah. Phil, see if you can mute Mike if you don't mind, so we don't peek in on his. Do you know who games 3 and 4 are for the Dogs? Have you seen this?
I hadn't even looked at it.
Well, they open with Marshall and Austin Peay. They hit the road for Knoxville in week 3. Then they have an off week. And then the Tide come to town.
Yeah, so they start out in the weeds, right?
Yeah. And then they've got Kentucky. They go to Auburn. They got Ole Miss. Look, John, I'm probably one of the few, and you know me, man, I'm not a big bold prediction maker or anything like that, but I just don't see it in Lexington. I just think it's over up there. I don't care what they've done in the portal. I just think it's over for my Mark Stoops. But trips to Tennessee and Auburn, Auburn, obviously that rivalry in itself, but then you're talking about a new quarterback situation. Hugh Freeze has been around now a little while, got his feet underneath him. I mean, you could be looking up middle of October. Georgia's got a couple of losses, and you're going,
Yeah, Auburn's going to be a tougher team than they have been the past 2 years. I still, if it was today and I had to pick, I mean, I'm taking Georgia that game, but
no, I would.
Going up to Knoxville is no easy feat, especially with the talent they've been able to bring into that program since Heupel's been there. And then Alabama at home, which I know Alabama's got its own question marks. And then you said Ole Miss is the fourth one on that list of the SEC games. I mean, listen, I said this the other week. I think Ole Miss is a little overhyped right now until you see what they have. I mean, they lost so many. The whole wide receiving core is gone. The quarterback's gone. The majority of the defense. I mean, there's just so many players going off of that team.
Yeah, it's really quite fascinating to be honest with you. We thought like 3 years ago, I think, right? About 3 years ago that Georgia, I don't want to say we thought, that's kind of a loose term, but there were predictions being made by a lot of the college football community that Georgia had kind of become the new Alabama. And you could make that argument at that point in time. There's no question. But I remember anytime it would come up, I'm like, yeah, you're going to need to give me a little bit more time if you want an honest opinion on that. We're not there yet. Bama's been doing this for 15 years. I mean, we're talking about, 4 or 5 year period here where the Dogs have kind of become what they've become. They hadn't done everything that Saban's done down there. And now you look in the last couple of years and you look, there could be some kinks in the armor here. They could be getting snake bit by this league just like everybody else is.
Oh, well, that's what I was just about to say. You know what's happening is these Alabamas and Georgias are getting snake bit by the NIL transfer portal.
Mm-hmm.
All these teams are just so much more evenly matched than they were in the past. So, I mean, you can go out and get guys and pay them money to come play on your team. And, I mean, look at us. We had some huge transfer portals that players that produced for us this past year.
Yeah.
That's why we almost made the playoffs, because you had guys you had come in, key players. You know, there was one big one on offense, and then there was two big ones on defense out of the transfer portal that really, really helped our football team last year. So I think in this day and age, I think it's harder to win for the teams like the Georgias and the Alabamas. Obviously, Ohio State and Texas last year, I heard their NIL was close to $30 million for those rosters last year. So that's why they were basically at the top. But, you know, with all this stuff that's going to be going down with NIL and, you know, revenue share stuff, I think it's going to change it some even more.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's going to put it even more on a level playing field.
Yeah, it's bizarre to even think what could be coming. It almost makes you question a little bit, if Texas spent that much money, is the juice totally worth the squeeze? You know, I mean, Ohio State won the national championship. So
yeah, but they had Ohio State on the ropes there for a little bit in that semifinal game. So, I mean, they were close. They were close. You know, they were. So I would say it was almost worth the squeeze. It may have been worth the squeeze. I mean, hell, I'd love to get to the semifinals and playoffs.
Yeah.
So, you know, yeah, I think it's worth the squeeze, baby.
Yeah, I can hear Shane right now. You find me $20 million, I'll get you to the semifinals.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
Which, let's be real now, our roster is over probably 15 million, somewhere right in that range. So it's not like it's far off.
Yeah, I think that's forgotten about often. That you know, I think that there's still a section out there that probably don't follow it very closely, and that's understandable. Probably don't even want to. It's exhausting to have to try to do it, and have no idea that there's actually a substantial NIL investment in South Carolina right now. Of course, as you mentioned, all those changes are coming up. So a week from today, John, we got 25 guys that are going to be working out for Pro Day at Williams-Brice Stadium. It starts, I think it starts at 8 in the morning, and it'll extend into our time here on the air and stuff like that. I think that this is going to be the most fascinating Pro Day maybe in the history of the school. And obviously the main reason that I'm saying that is because they are absolutely going to have one first rounder. There's no question there. Can they get more in? That's part of it. The other part is what you've been predicting, and the fact that this is likely, I think it's likely, that they're going to break the program record by a nice margin for the number of players who hear their name called in next month's NFL draft. The question is, and I know at Pro Day you bring everybody in who's eligible for the NFL, not just the combine guys or you know, the high profile players. You know, but the question is, how many additional guys can get signed coming out of this? Debo Williams, for instance, who didn't go to the combine.
I mean, Debo and Boogie are two that pop straight in my head.
Huge, yeah.
Of those guys.
It's going to be huge for them next Tuesday, right?
Yeah, it'll be huge for them, and it'll be huge for our two other interior offensive linemen. So, I mean, yeah, it's a big day for especially those four guys. I'm just trying to think of any other seniors.
That didn't go to the combine?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I think that's it. Of guys who started and played a ton.
Yeah, I'm trying to I can't I don't know. I think that's it, right?
That's it. Yeah, yeah. Because we had our what?
Vershawn.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. All three of our interior. Well, obviously Simpkins went, but I'm talking about our other two interior offensive linemen. So they'll have their opportunity to shine. Debo Williams and Boogie Huntley are the other two. So there's four guys that weren't invited to the combine, but that played a lot of football and they'll have their opportunity to show the scouts what they can do.
Hey, when they're doing that, Phil said Jules, but Jules went to the combine.
Yeah, he did.
When they're doing that, like Sellers can get out there and throw to them, right?
Yeah. I mean, they'll have somebody throwing the football. I don't know who's going to go out there and throw it, but there's no you can have whoever. Yeah, you can bring it, because I think Perry threw one year and he wasn't even in school. Yeah. I think Perry went back and threw at the pro day and stuff like that. But you also, because there's going to be representatives from every single organization in the NFL, all of them. Oh, we're gonna have a ton of upper to head coach type people here for pro day with all the guys we got. Yeah, I think you'll have the high profile guys. Like, this is a stop for them. They're not just going to send lower level scouts or anything like that. This is going to be a very well attended thing. That generally is a really good sign for a football program when the NFL guy are sending their top guys, whether it's head coaches or GMs or whatever it may be, because let's not bury our heads in the sand here. All these coaches, Shane Beamer included, are smart enough to make sure that they get more of their players in front of them somehow while they're moseying around the facility or whatever. Oh, there's Dylan Stewart. Oh, he looks good. There's, you know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, that's Sellers, huh? Oh, yeah. Okay. It's actually a very sneaky way to raise the profile of your college football program. Oh, 100%. I mean, I almost wish this was on a weekend. You could have recruits out there too, seeing all of it. You know, that would be kind of cool. I wonder if you could do that. I don't know why you couldn't. Mm-hmm. I mean, why couldn't you? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I don't know if they can. I don't know if that's. I don't even know what period they're in. I guess they're allowed to host events and stuff right now, right? I don't know. I haven't looked at the schedule. Yeah, I think in March you're allowed to have players back on campus. That'd be an idea. Yeah, but anyways, it's good exposure for the program. There'll be some TV cameras. We'll probably get some highlights from on NFL Network. That's usually what they do for some of the bigger pro days at some of these schools every year. And I'd be shocked if they didn't pick to have a camera or camera crew out there for ours with all the guys we got coming out. Yesterday, John, we got a bunch of news, about $100-something million worth of news from former players signing deals. J.C. Horn, of course, stole the show with the 4-year, $100 million deal with the Panthers. We'll see how that works out. I mean, well, it's going to work out great for him. He just got $100 million basically put into his checking account, so that'll be. Yeah, nice. I think he's what did he get? $70 million guaranteed. 70 guaranteed, or 75, something like that. But you got Kinlaw, you got Ernest Jones. Hey, man. The Washington Redskins are making a run at this thing. They're signing everybody. I don't think in my lifetime I can remember seeing the Redskins be as aggressive as they've been the last couple of days with free agency deals. I mean, they're close. They were close this past year. They were so close to being that Super Bowl contender. So I think they're doing whatever they have to do to listen. That's where I went. Out of school here, undrafted. I was invited to camp, but I mean those Washington fans, they are passionate, and they want to win. They want to get back to the old days when they were winning all the time. So I think Washington's doing everything they need to do to try and get to a Super Bowl. Yeah, they have a quarterback now. Yeah, yep. Have a quarterback and. Now they got some really good wideouts. Now they're trying to stack on that defense. So I don't know, man. I think they're gonna be one of the odds favorites in my opinion. Dude, have you seen some of the articles that are out about Javon Kinlaw? No. Yeah, they're not good. Reviews are not positive for new Commanders defensive lineman Javon Kinlaw. Commanders' first big move of free agency is a mistake that honestly doesn't make much sense at all. Like, he's getting bagged by some of these media guys out there. 3-year, $45 million. Shut the noise. Go play ball. Yeah, don't listen to it. He's had, I mean, listen, he's been injured a lot in his pro career, and that's caused him to fall off. So hopefully he can, get things back on track for himself. But obviously, if you're signing for that much money, teams believe in you, and we've all seen it. We know what kind of player he can be.
Yeah.
I mean, he was probably the most dominant D tackle I've ever seen at Carolina when he was here.
Oh my God. When he hit he won the Georgia game, if you ask me.
Yep.
In 2019.
He was mauling them.
Mauling them. They couldn't do anything about it.
Yep.
Be nice to find another one of those guys around here. That's for dang sure. All right, so that's going to be my new team, just so you know. Because you got Debo and Javon. I like Daniels. So I'm just going to go with the Redskins now. Sorry, they're going to –
I think they're going to be pretty good, so it's not a bad choice.
All right. Well, I got to let you go. I didn't realize it's 11:30. You got a meeting.
That's all good, man. we got about 1 minute. Well, right now.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I'm just sitting here talking ball. Like I'm just sitting in the living room having a bourbon with Strick. But no, next week we'll start to be able to fire up things a little bit more with a lot of this spring practice stuff. I'm obviously excited to see some of these guys, but I wanted to throw that at you today. The Nick Harbor conversation, to me, I think this is his time. When those conversations start to come out now, at least personally speaking, we'll be much more willing to engage in them than I have been the previous 2 years in the spring.
Yep, I'm super excited. I can't wait to get out there and see some football.
Yeah. We'll let you run, brother. As always, we appreciate it. Enjoy one of those bottles of bourbon tonight.
All right, guys. Take care.
Yeah, there you go. The great John Strickland talking ball. And you can wear some of the same stuff he does, and I do, like these Ribo Carolina hats, by going to Gamecock Traditions, the Village at Sand Hill, or in Lexington, or ordering them, GamecockTraditions.com. GamecockTraditions.com. If you'd like to have it dropped off at your doorstep and can't make it into one of the two locations in the Midlands, they are just killing it with Carolina gear. Something new is in every week. If you're fired up for football, and we're not even close to football season, but you need something new, now's the time to get it. If you're going to head to the ballpark this weekend and watch Oklahoma and South Carolina kick off SEC play, or throw the first pitches of SEC play, if you will, at Ray Tanner Field, and you need some Gamecock baseball gear, they are fully loaded. Gamecock Traditions in the Midlands. We will step aside for a quick timeout. We'll be right back.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated, and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple, delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com, and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational, These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. chefwilliamturner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
This is LaNorris Sellers from Gamecock Football. When you listen to the show,
All right, welcome back. It is 11:37 inside the Gamecocks. The morning show presented by our buddy Tony Pope. If you head to tonypope.com, you can shop your insurance, tonypope.com. What a great Gamecock. Actually exchanged some texts with him yesterday, Mad Dog. So
nice. Yeah.
Love Tony. What a great guy.
Yeah, I do too. He's actually my agent. I don't know if I've ever revealed that on the show, but
really?
Yeah. Yeah. I switched everything over to Tony a couple years ago.
I didn't realize that.
I've been happy ever since. Yeah.
He does a great job. I was all this SEC football talk. Has anybody realized that Missouri plays at home the first 6 games of the season?
Imagine that.
Can you believe that? I mean, and obviously one of them is South Carolina. That's the 4th game of the year. Central Arkansas, Kansas, and Louisiana to open. And then they've got Carolina coming and then UMass. So if South Carolina doesn't beat them up there, they'll be 5-0. And then they've got Alabama coming in. And their first road trip is October the 18th. They go to Auburn and then to Vanderbilt. And then they're home again for a couple of ball games against A&M and Mississippi State. And then so 4 of their last 6 are on the road, but they open 6 straight home games.
They have 8 home games this season. That's crazy. It just seems like, I mean, you're getting your money's worth if you're a season ticket holder. But
I mean, that's part of what, is with this schedule stuff. I mean, you've got teams like Texas who play, basically a neutral site game. Well, not basically, it is in the Red River shootout with Oklahoma. I mean, and Missouri's getting 8 home games.
I know. I'm wondering if that Kansas game is going to be home. I mean, it doesn't indicate that it's. Yeah,
No,
it is.
it's
It's
at
a home
home.
game. Yep. I just found it. It is a home game.
It's at
That's
Fairfield.
nuts. I mean, I like the big opening weekend neutral site. I don't mind that. Like the Virginia Tech and Atlanta this year, but things are going to look so different.
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Starting in 26. I just think that, schedules you're going to look at the 26 schedule and be like, oh, wow, that's a new look.
Yeah. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
I mean, how do you see? Here's the thing. Like, say Missouri comes out of that 5-1. I mean, you're just firmly in the top 25, already positioned, to just don't drop another game, or you can lose one more game, and you're basically in the playoff, but you've played, I mean, maybe 2 top 25 teams.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I would just, if Carolina does what they're supposed to do, they'll be in. Alabama, I'm sure, will be ranked when they come in if they, do what they're supposed to do. Of course, I don't even know what Alabama's schedule looks like outside of game 1. Yeah, I mean, here, golly.
Like, is Eli Drinkwitz one of the most undersold coaches in college football? Like, not getting enough. I mean, they're 21-5 in the last 2 years. After his third year there, I mean, they've been to bowl games in every year, right, since he's been there, because his first year was the pandemic. They won 5 games that season. They won 6 games the next 2 seasons and lost both bowl games. And then in this is 25, right? So 23, they won the Cotton Bowl, finished in the top 10. And then they won 10 games again last year. Well, they won 9 in the regular season, and then they won, I think they were in the Music City Bowl, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And they've done to a lot of teams like they've done to South Carolina. It just pisses you off. You're like, how are we losing to these guys?
I know. I know.
You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense to so many people.
It feels like, because their scheduling is beginning to mirror our friends up in Lexington, right? Like, a couple of down years and the wheels could fall off this thing quick. Just,
Well, they've got NIL money.
And that's true too, is that they actually did pull together resources enough. And don't get me wrong, Missouri should be better than they are, even now, even with that record, and should not have to, front load everything with easy games to play, because they are, they're very close to St. Louis, which is a big football market, at least from a talent standpoint, because you've got plenty of people there. That means you've got plenty of football talent. So they should be pulling in more, I guess, than they do.
Mm-hmm.
But you're going to have to, I don't know, enjoy these easy games and light schedules while you can, because they're probably going by the wayside too, just for the sake of television money.
Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, it's Craig said in the Nana's Porch, the very the famed, very well documented Nana's Porch chat box. Order their pimento cheese today, nanasporch.com. Best pimento cheese on the planet.
Yeah, still good. Mm-hmm.
Look at it compared to Mississippi State's. See, this is another one. I can't understand how you let this happen if you're Mississippi State. How do you go on the road to open the season at Southern Miss? Now, you can't predict the future and things like that. And maybe they, when all this was scheduled, I'm sure they couldn't predict that they would be in the spot they're in now.
Right.
after the passing of Coach Leach and trying to get things straightened out. But you're going to go on the road to Southern Miss before coming home and hosting Arizona State. And again, I can't imagine that they thought Arizona State would turn into what they've turned into. We'll see if they're the same Arizona State that we saw last year. I don't know if they will be or won't be. I don't know. But you don't really want to take that risk either. If you're playing a neutral site game, like, the Gamecocks have Virginia Tech, right, to open the year in Atlanta. It's a little bit different, but you're going to why you don't need the game at Southern Miss. What do you need that for? You don't have to play that game. And if that's the only team you can get, because you have to sign some sort of agreement that says, well, you'll come to our house twice and we'll return I wouldn't sign it. I would go just play somebody who sucks.
Right. Right.
I mean, I'm not saying Southern Miss is a world beater, but it's the first time you get to look at your group and you're going to take them on the road to Hattiesburg to open the year.
Yeah, you're opening in a G5 stadium, which, okay, that doesn't really benefit you at all. And you're opening yourself up to taking a very bad loss to start your season. Like, what? Golly.
Yeah.
Surely you could have found some opponent who wanted to come down to Starkville to put a game.
Take the Kentucky approach on this thing. I mean,
right.
What are you doing here? They do have Alcorn State in Northern Illinois, so if they can somehow get through that thing at 3-1, you're like, all right, well, maybe the Bulldogs are, off and running. Then it's the Vols. Then they take the trip to A&M. Then they take the trip to the Swamp. Then they host Texas. Then they got to go to Arkansas. Then Georgia comes to town. Then they got to go to Missouri, and then they've got the Egg Bowl. Not seeing a lot of wins in there. So, I Poor Bulldogs, man. These guys are reeling.
Stack them up early, man.
Yeah, I got a lot of respect. I like Mississippi State. I think it's a blue-collar program, much like South Carolina's.
Right.
And, when they're down, you kind of wonder, are they ever going to be able to get out of it? Not looking good. So.
No. I don't know what to think about that. These scheduling models are just crazy. And, there's no way you can convince me that there weren't conversations about helping some teams over others in Birmingham when they put out this flip-flop 2-year schedule that they probably created knowing it would only be 2 years.
Yeah. Can't change soon enough.
No.
Tonight on the college baseball slate, the Gamecocks, of course, play tomorrow. Georgia State will come to town. But for you, Baseball Fanatics, the big one, takes place down at Dick Hauser in Tallahassee. 7th-ranked Florida and 6th-ranked Florida State. I can't stand the fact that they still do this down there. They don't play
they don't do a series.
Yeah, they need to change that. But there's been some of these games at times in the last few years have been like 15-14 and just train wreck scores and 18-7, and you're like, that's not indicative of this, what this thing's all about. But they still do the midweek, so that they'll play that tonight. You've also got a top 25 matchup in Oklahoma State and in Dallas Baptist. I anticipate that there are going to be quite a few upsets tonight in college baseball, just because we're getting into league play and roles are kind of shifting around a little bit. They want to make sure guys are ready to go for the weekend. So they're probably going to make some different moves. You got 15th ranked Wake Forest at Coastal tonight, who took 2 of 3 at East Carolina this past weekend. But there's a bunch of interesting non-cons tonight. I just gave you the ranked ones. I think there's going to be some upsets tonight. Hopefully one of those upsets isn't tomorrow night in Columbia, South Carolina, when Georgia State comes to town. But it's time, Phil. It's time. I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago. It is time to start, paying attention to the RPI. And the reason for that is because you're getting into conference play, and when you lose, your RPI will be affected. But when you win, of course, we all know your RPI will be affected. But things start leveling themselves out. So when you enter SEC play or ACC play or whatever it is, if you get off to a good start and you were already in a good spot, you've got a little bit more of a benefit than you think. And now, look, some guys, like for instance, like LSU right now is way down there in the RPI. They're like 100 and something, and it kind of catches you off guard because they're ranked number 1 in the country. And you're like, well, wait a second, that can't equate. No, it doesn't equate. Like, we know how good LSU is. But for teams like, the Gamecocks, for instance, who I think that they will continue to get better. I've said that all along. I'm not going to back away from it. I think that they've got some questions that need to get answered pretty quickly. But they're going to also have to grind. They're going to really have to grind through the season and to get their wins. But they're going to, depending on what happens tomorrow night, obviously, if they win the game, they'll probably actually maybe be a little bit higher than this. They're 18th in the RPI right now. South Carolina's 18th in the RPI right now. But they're just 1-3 in quad 1, quad 2 opportunities. I know it sounds like basketball, doesn't it? But Oklahoma is 26, and that's who comes to town this weekend. So if Carolina is able to win tomorrow night, and that's going to be a challenge, I'm telling you, Georgia State swings the bats very, very well. We don't know who's pitching tomorrow night. It's TBA. If the Gamecocks beat the Panthers and they're 15-3, and they're able to win the series against Oklahoma this weekend, you're going to see well into the top 15 from an RPI standpoint for the Gamecocks. You're also going to see a lot of SEC teams start moving up the list, and the RPI is going to begin looking more and more like the rankings are. They're going to start getting closer to one another. For what it's worth, Clemson is 5th in the RPI, and the main reason for that is because they were able to sweep South Carolina, obviously. You could probably flip-flop those if the Gamecocks won 2. They'd probably be up in that 5 to 8 range. So this is going to start to be a very important conversation. To tack on to that, Ole Miss is on shoot. Golly, this damn phone just rings off the hook. My apologies. Arkansas is 11th in the RPI. North Carolina is 13th in the RPI. I'm talking about teams that South Carolina is going to play this year. Okay, I mentioned Oklahoma. I mean Auburn, Florida. I mean all these teams that are up where they are in the 30s and in the 40s. Kentucky at 51. All of them are going to improve. So if you get a win or you get 2 wins, what logic tells you what? Yeah, you're going to. So up. Carolina, like this is very much going to be obviously a one day at a time, one type deal, but they're starting all of this in a good spot. They're not having to climb the ladder.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of people realize that. So, they're in a good spot to begin all this. Now, again, SEC teams that are way low in the RPI, especially like the really, really good ones, they're going to win their games. They're going to shoot up in due time. But Carolina has got less to lose because of where they're starting if they happen to drop ball games here and there. So,
similar to like a football preseason ranking, right? Yeah, I mean,
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much. Matter of fact, looking at the future schedule to give them to you, Georgia State, for what it's worth, is 132, and the Cougs are 9-5. They're better than that, but they're down there at 162. They've had some rough outings, and I know Coach Holbrook's been rather frustrated with a couple of things, but they will get it going. They're just too good. Oklahoma at 26, Arkansas at 11, North Carolina at 13. Tennessee at 4. I mentioned Mississippi State. They're down at 97, so they've got some work to do. But a couple, that you win a couple of series, all of a sudden you're up there in the 40s, and it'll go from there. Ole Miss at number 7, Kentucky at 51, Florida at 33, Auburn at 32, LSU is at number 80, and they're number 1 in the country, number 2 in the country, depending on what poll you look at. And then the biggest question of everything right now is what the hell is going on in College Station? They are 9-6. They're 139 right now in college baseball's RPI, and they're coming off of a loss against New Mexico State. People thought maybe they were kind of getting it going. They beat Texas Southern. They won the first 2 against New Mexico State, and then they mustered one run on Sunday. They are 9-6 with Prairie View tomorrow. Tonight. They'll beat the crap out of them. They should. Prairie View's terrible. And then they've got Alabama. So I don't know what's going on down there, but they're talented enough. That's for sure. But that's the biggest question mark out of all of this.
Yeah, I don't know. It's that weird, like basketball kind of does this too. I mean, anytime you take into analytics and actually put some weight onto strength of schedule, you'll see the numbers lists kind of be behind, but when you look at like D1, you got to figure those guys know what they're looking at.
Yeah, they do.
And that's why these teams are ranked in their poll the way they are. So yeah, it'll but I like it. I like it's been an interesting non-conference, kind of open to the season, I think, for the Gamecocks. Like we're all kind of feeling out how Coach Maneri, looks at this team and wants to kind of give guys some opportunities here early. But do you think, like JB, and I mean, I don't know, there's no real way of knowing this, but what are your expectations like? Or do you think after tomorrow, like heading into conference play, Coach Maneri just wants to settle on, okay, here's my lineup. These are the guys. This is where they're playing, and just kind of settle in on that. I mean, I figure that's kind of optimal. Use the midweeks to kind of give some guys experience, but is he looking to just kind of settle in on his best 9 guys?
Yeah, I mean that's him. That's ideal. I think he knows who they are. It's just really more along the lines of, are they going to be the right fit for what they need in that moment at this point in time? I mean, they've clearly the injuries have been an issue. I know we saw Tal this weekend. Mayshore right now, from what this is a concern. His futures, I hope the best for him. So we'll see what happens there and things like that. But if you actually, I don't want this to come off as any sort of excuse or anything like that, but if you actually look around, and I know that everybody just expects every non-conference game you're going to blow them out and you're going to look perfect and then you move on about your business. That is not what's going on in college baseball at all. None of them. And I mean, if you go look at Oklahoma, they're 14-1 and they've got some nice wins. They beat Virginia, they beat Oregon State. That's it. They blew out Lehigh at the beginning of the year. Okay, well, that gives you something. They had to squeak by measly Texas Southern by 1 run. They had to squeak by Cal State Northridge by 1 run, 3-2. They got blanked 11-0 on the road at Dallas Baptist. They hung on to beat putrid Sam Houston State by 1 run and by 2 runs. Like, this is not unusual. When you could pull every schedule in the country, every schedule of every team. I mean, I watched Clemson barely beat a couple of teams that they should have smashed by, standard, right? So Carolina is not, it's not like they're way on the outside looking at, I mean, I think people hear, boy, everybody throws 95 and Carolina didn't have anybody that does this, that, and the other. And we'll see how it's going to play out like it's going to play out. When they get into SEC play, you're going to know. But I'm just saying, when you go look at resumes and stuff like that right now, LSU, Carolina, A&M, whoever, it doesn't matter. Everybody has had to grind through games against teams that suck. So have you gotten through the games? Carolina got beat, and it hurts 3 times by that team in the upstate. And we'll see how good they really are. I mean, I think they're a little bit better than I think Gamecock fans want to give them credit for because they're Clemson. But they've beaten everybody else that they're supposed to. They're supposed to win all these games, and they've won them all. So, I mean, that is not the case for everybody else. That is not the case for Texas A&M and so on and so forth. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Texas A&M's 9-6, dude. They lost.
That's what we just talked about.
They took 2 of 3 from mighty Las Cruces, New Mexico State Aggies. I mean, they're not happy. And, they changed coaches, but paid through the nose to keep their roster. I see a lot of examples of that. Schlossnagle goes out the door, his assistant gets the job, everybody's buddy takes over, and they're probably, after coming up short last year, they just want to get to Omaha and try to win the national championship. So they're probably really not interested in playing New Mexico State. Yeah. That kind of stuff can catch up with you sometimes. Sometimes, as we saw in football, Ohio State got hot and blew the doors off everybody and got out there. But you're right. I think what bothers people about the baseball tour, what bothers me, is just the kind of, I don't know, one thing after another. And I describe this team as it's hard to get a beat on it. As you said, we'll find out. I mean, the series this past weekend was just bizarre. But that's baseball sometimes.
Yeah, well, I thought it would be. That team,
that's weird.
That Morehead State team, they swing it.
Yeah.
I mean,
and you think that, and then you go into Sunday and it's a 1-0 game.
Yeah.
And you're
that's
like,
baseball,
that's
though.
baseball. There you go.
Baseball.
That could be the answer. So, I'm looking because, dude, look, I this was on our Gamecock Show X account earlier this morning. Think about the schedule after Georgia State, and Georgia State's pretty good as midweeks go. All right, so it's Oklahoma, then it's North Charleston. No, North Carolina.
No, it's the Cougs.
It's Charleston. Okay, yeah, one of those two, or those are the next two midweek. It's Segra. Then it's at Arkansas. They're third in the country. And then it's North Carolina and Charlotte. They're sixth. And then Tennessee comes to town. They're second.
Yeah. Those 11 games, you want to go 5 and 6. That's where you want to be.
Yeah, you got to just kind of win your share, dude. Because that's the competition's about to step up. But hey, sometimes in sports, competition gets tougher. You play better. You're more locked in. These are still college kids, man.
Yeah.
And this year in particular, they're not. They're still not. Most of them still aren't on scholarship, and some of them are paying to go to school, though not as many as there were because of NIL. But you're still amateur baseball players, so we'll see what happens. I think you could be encouraged by the starting pitching in the Clemson series for the most part, and how Brandon Stone performed in relief. If you want to kind of take something away from games against good teams, that was a pretty solid performance, all things considered. So.
Oh, no question. Yeah, there's no doubt, and I do think the rotation is going to look different this weekend, but
sure.
Yeah, those guys, I think one of the keys is going to be, and they know this, how far can, like, understanding when it's time. Don't get, you don't want to get to that moment where the dam breaks. And that's what they're kind of trying to figure out is, all right, if I can get this guy out of 4 or 5, how am I setting up my bullpen? Who can go 2 or 3? Who's going to 1? So they're going to be piecing together some weekends from a pitching standpoint, but they do have the arms. And so we'll see. We'll see. Craig asked, does Carry-On deserve a start? I think Carry-On's going to stay in the game or stay in the lineup. And I'll tell you why, and I'll get out of here on this note. Defensively, he's as good, if not better, than Naraki. Number one. Number two, they need that type of kid in there who's just going to be a contact guy. I was talking to Monty before the season, watching him hit BP, and he's just kind of slapping it between the 6 hole and the 4 hole, and he said that's him. That's what he does. Teams need that, and you'll run into one every once in a while. But you got to have a guy. You've got to have a guy who's just gonna give pitchers fits. He's just gonna be. Every time this kid comes up, you're like, I hate pitching to this guy. Kids like guys. You look at him, he's not very good. But why in the world does it take me 9-10 pitches to get him out? And then he Judy's one to right center, and it falls in for a hit. My right fielder overruns it, and the kid's standing on second. Like, those are the kids that you got to have 1 or 2 of them in your lineup. I think that's kind of where Carry-On fits. And I know in the last couple of games, I think he's got 4 or 5 hits, I believe. So maybe, he's seeing it well. Anybody that's seeing it well, you want to keep him in there anyways. Evan Stone saw it well last weekend. He's got some things he's got to work on in his swing a little bit, and SEC pitching will expose that. But But, the hot guys are probably going to stay in there. So I think Carrion stays in, and I certainly think that Bo Holland stays in the lineup too.
Yeah,
there's a group of co-eds on Carolina's campus, JB, that think the hot guys are in the lineup all the time. Those are called baseball groupies.
Yeah.
You remember those?
I do. Yeah.
I'm sure you do.
What they're actually called is cleat chasers, but yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah.
I don't think I've heard that one. That's all.
Cleat chasers.
Cleat chasers.
I love it.
Anyway,
remember a couple
memories there, but old Jamie. No, I like Carrion. I don't know why I think this whenever I see him, but I think he's a Francisco Cabrera type of guy, and I think it's because that hit Cabrera had back in the early '90s was just kind of a spray into the outfield.
Yeah.
Boom. There you go. Fouling off pitches. Boom. There goes base hit. I hate it when Carolina has to pitch to somebody like that because like you said, other teams have them.
And you're just off.
Yeah. You're just sitting there going, good God, get this guy out. And then all of a sudden, boom.
It's like, they lull you to sleep, like
Curses.
slapping,
It's very frustrating.
3 foul balls in a full count. Next thing you know, he's on first. You're like,
it becomes a roadblock. Like mentally, you just can't get over it. And the kid comes up again, and you're like, oh, this guy. You just it's just what happens. It's bizarre. I mean, Wingo was like that.
Adrian, that's a good callback.
Adrian
Morales was like that. They just kind of stuck around. It was like, dude, you can't hit. Why are you still in the box? You shouldn't be there right now. Why are you here? Find something else to do. And then all of a sudden, he's standing on first.
The ball came out off of Morales' bat, though, like at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
God, I loved watching that guy play, especially defensively. That guy
he was a rattlesnake. There's no doubt about that.
What a player. So that's good.
Carrion doesn't strike out either. So
I'm looking forward. Yeah, and you know what? He swings. He doesn't watch strike 3 very often. I like
he
that.
should. He had to wait an entire year just to be able to get another at bat. John just said, see, football is jersey chasers, basketball is ball chasers, and baseball is cleat chasers. Read your text.
Oh, yeah.
From Strick.
The man rolls in.
Strick's got it down.
I want a college athlete like you guys. I had to start my own fraternity because I lived a place on the green. And so we
worked pretty good.
We stole Delta Zeta from.
But believe it or not, there was a group of dudes that we used to call cleat chasers too. They just,
that's a whole different story, man.
They just wanted to hang around all the time. I was like,
I call those guys jock sniffers.
Right.
And in our audience right now, somebody's going to be like, JC, you largely have built a career based on the decisions of 16, 17, and 18-year-old boys.
You're the ultimate jock.
I'm the ultimate jock. But no, I try. I bet you could tell those types of people. I try not to be that way. I don't hire anybody that's like that either. Although my site could probably be better if I did hire people. Because you get there's people like that in our industry. Nobody in our market though that I think would really do that. Anyway, gosh, I got to shut up on these crosstalks.
Definitely not the pride of Hampton County. Thanks to Alex Jones.
Oh, no way.
For joining us earlier. And thanks to Mike for briefly popping in and popping out. And thanks to Big John. And always thanks to you, Matt.
I can't wait to hear the Strickland interview. I saw some of the tweets and all that because I've got I had 107.5, then JC and Morgan. And so this is one of those 6-hour talking days. Mm-hmm. So I had to go do my honeydew stuff while y'all were talking. But I can't wait. I saw some really interesting topics on that Strickland interview, so I can't wait to hear it.
I can't remember any of it, so you'll have to go back and pull it up in the Chief Sports Center.
All of our short-term memories are going, JB.
Quickly.
It's because of the headphone volume.
Yeah, exactly.
Part of our brain is like
nothing worse than feeling like I'm getting squeezed for 5 straight hours.
Yeah, audio, yeah, the vice grips of It's like give me a freaking chili cheeseburger and 2 Tylenol PM and
walking, chili cheese aplenty, walking.
Call it. I'm the second most famous JC from Spartanburg.
I got to go yell at the photographer of our Coach Pitch League. So you boys enjoy your team.
By some artist. What are you saying?
This guy's about to get chewed out.
Yeah, what's his motivation? All right. We'll see you tomorrow, JB.
See you tomorrow.
Take some video.
Yeah.
Screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. Inside the Gamecocks, the show kicks off on a trying Tuesday. That's how I'm billing this one today, a trying Tuesday. But Mad Dog over here, JC over there. We've got plenty of stuff to talk about today. If you missed it, just kind of recap. We had Dan Wetzel, soon to be ESPN's newest voice. Journalist? Dan's a journalist, though, straight up. Like, he's one of the good ones, right?
Podcaster, yeah.
He's
a pro. Yeah, there's something.
Yeah, and he had some really good stuff to say. Dan's always a good interview, good to talk to.
I don't agree with all of what he says. I wasn't because we've had so many debates about the stupid committee and strength of schedule. I didn't want to get into that. I disagreed with him about, he kind of defended the committee and all that, but I think that because of, the bottom line is, if you're going to sit there and pick it based on 2-loss versus 3-loss and not have anything else, then you have to go to automatic bids. But I did appreciate his point in saying that, because I'm not for auto bids if they're just going to go by the damn standings. That's going to be a disaster in the SEC.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because you're going to have the same situation you had this year. I mean, it's like whoever gets the easier schedule in conference, that's the team that's going to go to the playoff. And I think that if you have a top 6 getting access as opposed to just top 4, that's a little bit different, in the playoff. And I don't agree. I think I just don't agree with Mike about the SEC not doing that.
Yeah.
And it's been talked about, not by the SEC, but by the ACC. And everybody's looking to make money, dude. And
I mean, that's what's driving the train right now, right? I mean, yeah.
From people that were there at the Georgia-Texas game, Barrett Sallee, maybe, I think, said it was the least energetic SEC championship game. Pre-game crap. I mean, and you're talking the biggest fan base in the country, basically, in Texas, and then Georgia right there in Atlanta.
I think Texas and Oklahoma, to a certain extent, represent a level of entitlement that the SEC has been able to kind of avoid for years. Because the SEC, while it has risen to the top of, college football, has always been a head down and grind blue collar kind of league. Like, nothing comes easy, I mean, yeah, you get good players, you got great coaches and all of that, but nobody is expecting at the team and field level, right, that they're going to just win. They know you got to go out there and get it. And then the fan bases reflect that. You've definitely brought a wine and cheese crowd in with the folks in Austin. There's no doubt about that. They're over entitled, rich history. I get it. But they are huge. That is a huge fan base. Plenty of eyes. Oklahoma, I think they've kind of ridden the coattails of their bigger former Big 12 brother a little bit. And the success that they've had has kind of manifested itself throughout their fan base. Although, albeit, I think, Oklahoma's a bit more blue collar than Texas for sure. But I'm not surprised by that. Because it's the entitlement, I think, that the Texas fans brought with them. It's like, oh, we're supposed to be here because we're Texas.
I think Oklahoma's the disruptor in that whole thing, because I've said this on Coffee, Phil, that if Oklahoma can be great across the board at everything, then there's no reason why South Carolina cannot be.
Right.
Just to be straight with you, as far as geography and things like that. The difference is Oklahoma's been really good for a long, long time. South Carolina arguably has more geographic advantages than a school out in the middle of the country. It's just close to Dallas. I mean, considering, some of the things that are advantages for Carolina. I think this with Oklahoma, I think that they're great fans from what I know of them. I mean, and I dealt with just about every fan base in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Oklahoma people are very similar to their former rivals, Nebraska people. They're just kind of easygoing. They do expect to win. They have high standards. They're used to winning. They're winners. They act like winners, really. And certainly have passionate fans and things like that. But they love to outwork you. And that's been their thing against the Texas schools for a long time, because they've been better than A&M in Texas across the board, not just football, everything. Just about everything. And so it's interesting. Now, them going into the SEC is a completely different animal than what they're used to. And keep in mind, Oklahoma and Texas have not historically been in the same league. Oklahoma was in the Big 8.
Yeah.
And Texas was in the Southwest Conference. They played every year.
Mm-hmm.
So they haven't always been in the same league, but neither with A&M. But Those two schools are interesting. Certainly, but so we'll see kind of how everything flows moving forward. But I like back to that conference thing. I think that they're going to make some money, with that. And then you talk about if it's based on standings to get the 6, if you do play in games, conference records are what's going to count. And this is why I think it's kind of crafty what they're doing if they do go to play. Because if you don't go to play-ins, then the subject is going to be the conference schedule every single year.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I mean, and I don't think with the transfer portal, Mike's right in the sense that you're never going to get it right. But for that reason, you can't sit there and say these 3 teams are historically better and these 3 teams are not and all this other stuff. You're going to have to take into account inbound and outbound players, coaches. Things change a lot in a year now in college football. And and these schedules are made years in advance. So if you go to some kind of rotation, I mean, it's kind of crazy. So here, but what'll happen is, and how they can get their cake and eat it too. Here's how they can sell this Big Ten SEC thing. They can sell, you can keep your non-conference games. They can sell all this other stuff because essentially if you go to automatic bids and you go to a 16 play-in format, Phil, then, and you stay at 14 where you're only going to have one wild card if Notre Dame doesn't make it. If Notre Dame makes it, there are 0 wild cards. Then guess what? Who gives a crap about who you play in the non-conference? You're almost better off playing 4 really tough teams to get you ready for the SEC, or at least 2. I think blowout games have value not for TV and fans and things like that, but they have value for for the players and coaches, because everybody gets to play usually if you take care of business and it's a fun day. And coaches will tell you blowouts are good things. Steve Spurrier used to talk about it. I was like, well, shoot, if we could score 70, let's score 70.
Yeah, right.
It's exactly. Well, because the next week you got a tougher opponent, but you don't have the guy sitting there like, in the middle of the season, you go play Akron or whoever. You don't have that guy that's on your scout team that you really need to play his ass off that week, and give your team a look and do the things you got to do to prepare for a game. That guy's not slumping his shoulders and all that because he got in the game and scored a touchdown or made a sack or got a pick, and he's happy.
Yeah. I mean, games like that build confidence. And there's very little. Yeah. There's very little in the way that the structure of college football is set that can give you that sort of experience without having to be live fire in a game. So, I think, because Carolina goes back and forth between playing 2 or 3, lesser conference opponents. Let's put it that way. And, it's been a good balance. I think, it's been the right way to do it. I mean, now you've got 2 Power 5s in the non-conference. You got 2 G5s. Well, 1 G5. I kept totally blanked on next year's schedule, but either way, one of them being an in-state school. I don't know.
This coming year, it's SC State. So you play
SC State.
In-state FCS. Which I love that Clemson and Carolina both do that. I think that. I think Carolina's now played everybody that that they could play FCS wise in the state, or G5 now with Coastal. Except I don't think they haven't played Presbyterian. And they are FCS. Newberry is D2, so they would not play D2.
Yeah.
Well, hey, maybe
if they go to the 9, or even the, if you go to the 9, I'd like to see the 2, cupcakes, if you will. I hate calling it that because, I mean, it's important for both teams. But I'd like to see both of them come from in-state. I mean, even though you're a small state in South Carolina, you could rotate through and play these teams, every year. Pick Wofford one year, go to, play South Carolina State, Coastal. I mean, I know Coastal gets a little scary at times, but Chadwell's not there anymore.
Not until they change coaches again.
Chadwell's not there anymore, so you're okay there. But keep the money in state. I think that makes sense because that's what it is about these smaller schools is they want to get, money. And if the money is coming from in-state, then that's even better. So,
yeah. I think it works out this way. So this is the way you can make everybody happy. And then you can make money. Because what you're doing is you're saying, all right, we're taking the playoff into our own hands. The SEC is. And what's going to happen is you're going to play 9 conference games. Those games are going to determine who gets to the play-in Atlanta. If you finish top 2, then that means that if you finish in the top 2, that means you get on to go. I'm convinced that's probably what they're going to do is just say, in lieu of a championship game, we're going to send the top 2 onto the playoff. That'll be your reward for finishing in the top 2. And then you're going to go roll back around and say 3 plays 6, 4 plays 5. And you got 4 fan bases descending upon Atlanta the first weekend of December. And it's a madhouse and it's awesome. And you got more inventory for 2 games than 1. That's what I think will happen.
Yeah.
And of course, Sankey hasn't talked about it because he doesn't really do that until things happen for real. But Jim Phillips kind of spilled the beans because he's kind of the redheaded stepchild of that. Him and the Jim Alliance Phillips, right? Because if the ACC's talking about doing it, then the SEC's talking about doing it. The Big Ten probably, honest to God, Phil, should do it.
Yeah.
If you're being straight, and so then you got 9 games. Well, then you can keep Clemson, South Carolina, Florida, Florida State, Georgia Tech, Kentucky, Louisville. And then you can make everybody play a Big Ten game. And then you can have one cupcake or whatever, or lower level team. How about that?
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Lower level
smaller
team.
Conference team. Yeah.
And so in the days of where, like this year, where Ward and the Beavers basically thought record is everything. It doesn't matter about strength of schedule. Well, in that case, in those years, that's scary. Why in the hell would you play? Why would you make it tougher? Because it's already tough with the SEC. But this way, you can realistically go 0-3 in your non-conference games, win all your conference games, and you're still not only going to the playoff, you're not even going to have to play a play-in game.
Right. Yeah.
Now, what that's also going to do, Phil, is you're going to have some teams that have a 7-5 overall record being in the mix of the playoff, and that's weird and foreign to those of us that have followed college football our lives. 7-5.
Yeah, wait, that doesn't look right.
But say you got a Georgia. We know Georgia recruits really, really well at the high school level. So you got a Georgia team, and they got destroyed by the draft and the portal like they always do, and they didn't really bring in a bunch of portal guys, so they're going to be very, very young. But Georgia's also scheduled tough, and so they open with like Florida State and Clemson, and like Mercer. Well, they'll be one of the teams. So they start like 1-2, but then they get to 6-3 in the league, right? They get to 6-3, so that makes them 7-5, and they're the number 6 team. Well, they may have started 0-3 in the league, but they won the last 6, kind of like Carolina did,
right?
To get in there, and they're hot, and all those young players are not freshmen anymore, and so they're the 6th team. They beat the bejesus out of the 3rd team that had an easy schedule at Tennessee. Right. Mm-hmm. And they get the playoff at 8-5. Now that's weird. It makes me weird to think about that, but I'm all for it because, you settled it on the field and you're having your cake and eat it too. And then to hell with the rankings. I mean, it doesn't matter. The non-conference games will count. As far as things like seeding, home field advantage, those types of things.
Yeah.
Right. Because you're going to be seated lower the more you lose. So it's not like in some high school conferences now, all they count is region games. And they only play 6, and they'll play 5 non-conference. They're basically scrimmages.
Yeah,
and I'm
but
like,
that don't matter at all.
That
Right,
doesn't
yeah,
make
yeah.
any sense to me whatsoever. But so the non-cons will still count for something, but you'll still have to play it. So I think that's a way to make a ton of money, to make it fair, and to not have to cancel the Miami game coming up for Carolina or whoever.
Yeah.
It is more of a pro model because you're going to have a 8-4 team ultimately that catches fire. It just has a tough non-conference schedule. You're going to have a team like that. But, in basketball, Phil, you have a lot of teams with tough non-conference schedules that have ugly records, and they're above the pretty record teams.
Yeah.
So, football's
football's really the only sport at this point that your pretty record is actually something that you put on your resume. And that basketball, I mean, hey, you get hot at the right time in the tournament and you can have a lot of losses and still come out the national champion. Same thing with baseball, so we were just talking about it at the end of the morning show. Like some of these teams who are ranked in the top have pretty ugly records coming out of the non-con, but you know what? Hey, if they make it to Omaha and make a run, then they're going to be the national champion. So it's not that foreign a concept in athletics, but it is in football.
In college football,
Yeah.
Like, and it used to be in high school too, but now if you have a 2A school that goes out and plays a bunch of 5A non-conference games and it goes 500, but then dominates, I mean, they're going to not have a pretty record. And then the pros, I've seen 10-6 teams make it to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
10, well, I guess it's now 10-7. So inevitably, I've seen that happen. So that's why you have playoffs. So I think that's kind of a nice compromise. It's kind of, people, it's like this whole revenue and NIL thing. It's going to take people a long time to get used to it.
Yeah.
And a long time to kind of de-emphasize certain things. Like now I don't want to call it fighting a battle, Phil, but I keep saying over and over again, well, all that's going to happen if they put a cap on rev share and make NIL legit is the bag men are going to come back. And of course, Clemson's recruiting really well right now. So everybody's throwing accusations, and it's like that's not what's happening. Clemson's got arguably more money to spend on their roster now with revenue share, and so they're probably and I don't even know that Clemson needs a bunch of money to go recruit well because they've been recruiting well. This is nothing new, but it's kind of a sign of the times. The bagman's back. I'm like, dude, the bagman cannot compete with these kinds of dollars. It's just not in any sport. It's not going to happen. I mean, you're not talking McDonald's bags full of, with $2,000 cash in them.
Yeah. And until until April, you can give anybody as much money for whatever purpose you want until July 1st.
I mean, all the, you're trying to get a good quarterback out of the portal. I mean, he comes and visits your campus. You slide him a McDonald's bag full of $2,000. Number one, that's going directly into the local economy, most likely at a gentleman's establishment. Right. Number two, I mean, that's what I would do. Number two, you're at dinner. He's going to pull out his American Express black card and pay for it because that dude's a millionaire.
Yeah, right.
Right. How is that going to make a damn bit of difference? Your McDonald's bag full of $2,000?
Yeah. You're talking about having to bring multiple briefcases full of monies to make
I'm trying to explain that to folks, and I think a lot of folks with the Gamecocks, it's always, just because of the history and stuff, people are worried about the other shoe dropping. And I get it. I mean, look, it's been a long, strange trip. I mean, with the Gamecocks. Yeah.
I wonder what Clemson's rev share distribution is going to look like.
Better than everybody else in the ACC, but from what they say, I mean, and keep in mind, Clemson can use ticket sales and merch,
right? Yeah,
and then they went to the playoff, and that money counts with their rev share. I don't know I don't think the ACC has kind of agreed on everybody spending the same cap or whatever, but it's a percentage of your revenue that you can count. Yeah. And for the SEC, it's around $20.5 million. And look, Clemson's won national championships. They've been good at recruiting. This year, they had like a special weekend in March, the Elite Retreat. It's like a junior day, or Auburn used to have this thing called the Big Cat Weekend, Phil. And I always thought if the Gamecocks had a similarly titled event for the weekend, it would be way too forward. And I was like, these kids have a big enough ego, if you think about it, instead of Big Cat Weekend, if it would, or the Gamecock mascot.
The big cock weekend. I love it. Yeah, listen, you get Patrick Davis down there, sell it,
Dude. I mean, that's you can't do this. They got too big of egos as it is. But Clemson had a similar thing. It was a nice strategic move by them, because Clemson normally has had junior days and things like that, but they kind of have saved their big weekends for official visits and stuff. So I think Dabo said, hey, let's change things up in recruiting. He's got Ben Boulware on the road and everything else. So, Clemson recruiting well has nothing, they've been recruiting well, right?
Yeah, I mean, their rise to national prevalence is aiding in their ability to recruit. It's natural. It makes sense. And while Carolina may have been ahead of them in the NIL space, although don't delude yourself, they had money. There was money being spent, just not as openly and overtly as everybody talks about it in the SEC. Why? Because you didn't have to advertise that much. You're in the ACC. But there was still money.
and look, man, I'll tell you this: South Carolina did not lose. All right, Clemson did not lose a single player to South Carolina that wanted to go to Clemson, but Clemson would not pay.
Right.
There's not been a single example of that, and look, they got some good, they got some four-star players. They got a safety from Ohio. I think they're going to get Polo Anderson from Dorman, by the way. That's the word. And that's just kind of what happens. They got some players out of Texas. They got a big tackle it's a big spread out thing. 3 from Florida, 2 from Ohio, 1 each from Alabama, Arizona, Kansas, Maryland, Tennessee, Texas, and West by God, Virginia.
Yeah. I mean, it was a haul but
yeah, they got a lot of players committed. So number 2 in the country right now, according to 24/7 Sports Composite. But that's not an issue. But it's hard to convince people of that with the bag man and all that, and explaining to folks that you can play anybody you want in the non-conference, that the conference record is what's going to get you access to the playoff, and non-conference is going to be seeding or whatever, and explaining to someone that you can technically get into the playoff with by losing all 4 of your non-conference games, or all 3 of your non-conference games. And then, then nobody's going to get that. It's going to be one of those things. It's going to take some time. Anyway, speaking of time, we have run way over, and I have not even gotten to topic number 1 yet.
That's right. The conversation gets so good sometimes we're just off the rails right off the top.
It's always a good day. Always a good day when we don't run out of things to talk about.
Right.
Because this is my last stop on the tour day speak.
Yeah, right.
And like today, an hour on 107, an hour on 40 minutes on coffee, an hour on 107.5, an hour and a half on JC and Morgan. It's my last stop of the delivery cycle today. So I'm like out of packages, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Speaking of packages, if you're going to a bachelorette party anytime soon, if your daughter's going to a bachelorette party anytime soon, if your wife's friend who is finally tying the knot, she's met the man of her dreams, is having a bachelorette party soon, let me highly recommend Chef Will Turner. He is he's a Gamecock. He's on TV, based in Scottsdale, Arizona, but he can put you a package together in Nashville. High-end private chefs. The ladies love it. Will Crow for a bachelor party is using it when he goes out to Arizona. So if you and the boys want to do something cool like a golf weekend in Scottsdale, I know that's popular around here, or you got Nashville coming up, anywhere, Charleston, Chef Will Turner is for you. Reasonably priced, first-class gourmet chef, big Gamecock fan, and a proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks The Show. That's Chef Will Turner. We'll be back after this on the show.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the Village at Sandhill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Inside the Gamecocks, the show rolls on a Tuesday here, taking a look around the worldwide leader. There is a hyper fixation on our young signal caller LaNorris Sellers. When you look at the guys who are going to be out there performing for all 32 NFL teams next Tuesday at Pro Day, a vast majority of them are coming from the opposite side of the ball. And one would think that there might be more concern about what the defense is going to look like next year. But no. Quarterbacks, that's what we talk about in the offseason. That's where we are. Sellers.
Yeah, okay, so it's crazy. It's like, and look, what was written on ESPN.com is accurate to a certain extent. I don't think LaNorris Sellers is a flawless quarterback by any stretch. I think there are things he has to do better with, namely, don't turn the ball over, don't fumble anymore. You know, the picks weren't that bad. The fumbles, they were costly. And he had one in the Clemson game. I mean, it wasn't like that was something that he could avoid down the stretch. I mean, And when the Gamecocks did not turn it over, they were a really good offense. So that's costly. You got to hold on to the ball. They also mentioned, and so what the gist of the story was, one big thing for every ranked team in the way too early top 25. Of course, Gamecocks are 10th in the way too early top 25. And the whole paragraph was nothing but LaNorris Sellers, LaNorris Sellers, LaNorris Sellers. And I'm like, well, this is why I'm convinced sometimes people don't even, like the whole relevance thing, people don't even look at what South Carolina's, they don't even look at their players. They stargaze a little bit and they look at rankings and then they form these opinions and put it on a major media outlet that should be credible and is for the most part. But you know, everybody around Gamecock land, people agree LaNorris Sellers has to get better. That is a big key to next season. He was a redshirt freshman, first-year starter, so logic does tell us, Phil, that golly gee, Phil
might have a little more room.
Get better. Logic does dictate that, you know, he's probably going to get better, and he should. But we're all sitting here going, they lost their entire front seven on defense,
right?
Except Dylan Stewart. That's a big one, but except Dylan Stewart. They lost an NFL corner in O'Donnell Fortune. That's the first-round draft pick at safety and Nick Eamon-Warray. That's just on defense. The offense, although I do think their offensive line on the inside is going to be better next year than last year, fingers crossed. I'm not declaring it. I'm just, on paper, I can see where it would be better, especially if Big Tree slides inside. Shameless plug for this morning's episode of Coffee. Mm-hmm. But then you got to replace all three on your interior. You got to replace your leading receiver, Josh Simon, the tight end. You know, there's no proven wide receiver one, if that matters to you. A lot of potential. And, oh, by the way, you got to replace Rocket Sanders in the backfield, who is your leading rusher, one of your best receivers, one of your biggest weapons on offense. And, you know, you could also, if you truly were looking at it from 10,000 feet from the outside, see, there's a new offensive coordinator. It's Mike Shula, but there's a new coordinator sometimes. And Bill Connolly, who I think his stuff's just for entertainment purposes only. I don't think it means much. But he did have his little S&P study or whatever today, did track that teams statistically, when they have a new coordinator, you wouldn't think this, but statistically, they're worse the following year more than they're better, more often. That hadn't been the experience necessarily around here. But, you know, it's
the last coordinator move they made, there was, you know,
or up at Clemson either.
I mean, low bar.
Look at the difference between going from Napier to Chad Morris back in the day for Clemson. That was like night and day.
Yeah, and how many of those? I mean, that just creates so many questions.
Yeah,
situation, because I mean, Shula was already here. How much does that factor into it?
I know, but you know, if you were an outsider, you would probably look at if you're doing your job.
Yeah,
you would look at the Gamecocks and go, well, Sellers is back, but there's a lot of other questions, and we're all sweating that around here. So right. I don't know if they just don't care to dive in, if that's not the assignment, if they're trying to sell, you know, get views, and that's, you know, that they're. I don't think it's mandated by their editorial staff, Phil. I think it's lazy writing, and I think just like so many people that try to cover the sport, there's an attachment to names, an attachment to brands, and they want that to take all the oxygen out of the room. It may even be subconscious. Based on Alabama rolling through all those years. And you did talk about entitled fan bases. I don't think Alabama's entitled. I do think that if there was a wine-ish and cheese-ish kind of crowd in the SEC, Vanderbilt certainly would come up, Missouri, and that dynamic duo.
And I would even put Ole Miss on, you know, the bubble there.
The wine and cheese.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
I think
maybe not for baseball, but for everything else.
Alabama fans, though, they're very, very passionate, and they get into it just as much. They just won for so long. I can't think. It's like Josh Pate called them a trust fund fan base. But I think everybody in the SEC, to your point earlier, Phil, they all remember what it was like to get their ass beat. They all remember what it was like in the lean times, and there's a respect at most of the schools about, like, I talked about Florida, not any good before 1990. You know, Georgia went 41 years between national championships.
Right.
You respect that. You start to appreciate it more when it's taken away, and because of because of the way the SEC is, there's years it's been taken away. So, but back to the Sellers thing, yeah. I just think I don't get it, man. I'm like, I used to love to read national college football content. And maybe I was looking at it more broadly and things didn't trigger me as much. Man, I don't want to say I hate that word trigger, but maybe I just didn't notice it as much. But I'm like, boy, if you want to get good coverage of your team, you've got to go local. I mean, it's nice. It's a nice tip of the cap whenever somebody nationally says something good about your team. Other than that, I just don't know that you're getting any hard-hitting analysis. Now, I like the behind-the-scenes stuff that they report on, like the Bill Belichick. I had no idea Secretary of State Rubio had anything to do with Belichick in that job, but hey, the more you know.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Nana Sports Chat. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting about Sellers. And oh, by the way, I saw an All-American team from a network posted today, and had DJ Lagway, the number one.
Of course.
First team All-American quarterback. So
yeah,
they've chimed in. And this particular writer at his old job was never somebody I thought was particularly plugged in or good at what he wrote about recruiting. And I don't know what the situation is there. So, all right, Nana Sports Chat box is bumping.
Yeah, it is.
All the way back to 10:50. All right, so a.m. I'm trying to figure out where we start. Okay.
Yeah, 11 a.m. for you.
11 a.m.
11 a.m.
All right, Drew D. Question for y'all. Where can I find prints from USC? Do they sell pictures from certain games, or is there a dealer for that? Or if y'all know of, I can I'll be glad to sell you.
What do you want?
Anything from what we've got at Big Spur. We staff and we have high res and stuff on a server. I'll just kind of do it. It won't be that expensive. I mean, I'm not trying to make a profit off those pictures or anything. I don't think I can, but send me an email, my name at gmail.com, Drew, and I will let you look at what we got. And if something tickles your fancy, we will come up with a nice price, and you can pay Chief Sports for that. Because I personally own them, so I'll just sell them as Chief Sports, whatever. And that goes for anybody else too. My name at gmail.com. Russell chimed in with a plenty from the Beacon. I was when I went to the White Wiener yesterday, I got a chili cheese aplenty for my stepson, right?
Oh, right.
But I told him that's what I was going to get. So I bought fries and onion rings.
Yeah.
Put it all on one plate under the chili cheese. It was kind of funny. You got to do what you can to remind yourself of home. Kenny asked about the Revs, about if they go to all Power 4, how would that affect the funding of FCS athletics? It would affect them badly.
Yeah.
Because they do rely on that money. I do think see Kenny, I don't know that's going to completely go away. Because like I said, coaches, those FCS, they're good for the other schools because they get paid and they get to go memory of a lifetime. You play in front of 80,000 people. That's number one. Number two, I think coaches and players at this level, I mean, I think you could see something where 4 Power 4 teams are the non-conference or 3. I keep saying 4. I mean 3. But I think most are good. Even the Floridas and Carolinas and Kentucky, Kentucky's going to try to not. I'm going to laugh when Kentucky's got to play a Big Ten team, Louisville, and then they don't get their 3 cupcakes anymore.
Oh, please. It'll be, Kentucky and Northwestern on the plus. It's not going to matter to them. It'll be about the same.
Now, like in some years, Carolina's got these games already scheduled. And so in some years, like with Miami, if they get a Big Ten and then you got Clemson, you may see the Gamecocks play an all, Power 4 non-conference. So I think the answer that it would affect them, it's going to affect them because you're going to have situations like that. So there'll be less opportunities, less games, less available opponents, if you will. But then there's always a group of 5, and they do pay some money, But that's the trickle down effect of it, is going to be impacted. Tri-State's chiming in on. I no interest in talking to Mike about Mike Bobo today. I let Georgia fans rage about that, man. The guy coached his butt off the 1 year he was here without much help. I mean, when you have one receiver and a tight end, and you're trying to move the football, and you've got Colin Hill, the quarterback. Yeah. And he was the best option, come to find out. Yeah. Your offense ain't going to be very good. And it was at times. It was good at times. Jacob says some hillbilly won the lottery up in Clemson. I don't know, man. I just looked at their commit list. You know what's missing? A player from South Carolina.
That's my one thing is like, because they were talking, all the chatter is Polo's going there. I would like that would be the first local kid to be in that signing class who doesn't come from, who isn't flying under the radar at either Pendleton or Daniel high schools.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure they're going to pull a couple.
At times Greenville, well, Dorman's always been a Clemson play. He grew up. My understanding is Clemson was just late to offer him, but that's been his dream to go there. And I think he's going there. So I think they will get him. But hey, let them fill up with kids from Arizona and Texas and Ohio. I don't care. I mean that served them well. They've won games. They've played in the playoff. But Carolina's method is different, and there will be more head-to-heads with them this year, Phil. I mean, there's a lot of guys that will be head-to-heads.
As well, there should be with the class as deep as 26 is in South Carolina.
Yeah.
I mean,
And some out-of-state guys too. Darius Gray is somebody they mentioned. I don't know if it's going to come down be a binary decision between Clemson and South Carolina with him or not. Samari Matthews definitely is. Gordon Sellers sort of is right now, the wide receiver from Charlotte. So I think that's good because guess what? We don't like to talk about it or admit it. Clemson recruits good football players. That means you're recruiting, some good football players.
Yeah.
Tiffany says the bag man can't hurt you anymore. But I get it. It's not like Carolina's been forward thinking in the past. However, we have a president and AD that aren't waiting around. We're in a better position today than we ever have been. Yeah. And it's been that way for a while. I mean, I think, I think that they're, you get through the Pastides Tanner era, right? You get to this next era. I said, I think you need somebody who's going to take it to that next level. It all works. All these ADs have served their purpose since they've been here. They've all done some really good things, and they've all done some things that you look back on and say, well, that was a horse's patoot decision. Mike McGee would not build facilities nor raise money or ticket prices. He just kind of didn't believe in that. And then Eric Hyman came in, and I don't think he liked winning. Or I'm sorry. I think he liked winning. I don't think he put enough emphasis on winning.
That's right. He probably didn't realize the power of winning.
Whereas Tanner has this unshakable belief that if you're going to play the sport, go win. I mean, be good at it.
Mm-hmm.
I think with some things like Hyman, I think he thought we had no business being good at men's basketball, and then he had to fire Darren Horn, and they were like, you need to go hire somebody good. You don't understand this basketball situation. It's like the Bonnie situation from Pulp Fiction. You got to appreciate this basketball situation around here. It's a sport. Everybody's got a lot of opinions about how that program's run. But yeah, I think things are fine. I think South Carolina will, is well positioned. I do. I mean, there's going to be some bumps in the road like this basketball season, maybe this baseball season, but I don't want to say that too loud. Hell, maybe next football season.
Yeah.
All right, Braveheart reference of the day. It could be me.
It could be me.
Could be you. I'm serious, Robert. Monet, Lachlan. Wallace killed him in his bedchamber last night. It could be football. It could be, yeah, anyway. So we'll be back catching up on the Nana Sports chat box. Before that, I want to tell you about Garnet Trust. It's kind of complicated. So go, yeah, it's branded 1801 Media. So go look on 1801 Media social media. There's something called Underdog Dynasty on there. It's like a FanDuel type of thing. March Madness is coming up. If you download that app, and if you deposit $5 and play one little game, and Garnet Trust gets $150. So you can donate $150 by spending $5 and downloading an app. That's a no-brainer to me. So, but I will have the links and such for you. It threw me off that it was 1801, but yeah, that's the latest thing to get money in the coffers. Of course, there's Gamecock Coffee, GamecockCoffee.com. Rise and shine, New Orleans roast, 1 pound bag of delicious gourmet coffee from New Orleans. Also, Cocky Corn, gourmet popcorn. But encourage everybody to get after these NIL initiatives because they are going to be needed. We'll be back with the second hour inside the Gamecocks The Show on the most worthless, insignificant day of the week. It's Tuesday, other than tacos. We'll be back.
Oh, man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Second hour of the show firing up here. Final hour of the ITG Chief Sports Super Stream. If you missed it, there was a JC and Morgan episode. Dan Wetzel of Yahoo, soon to be ESPN, JB had John Strickland, Alex Jones in, some good hoops and football conversation there. And JC and Mad Dog here with you, talking about some football topics here in the off season as news just continues to come out. And things to talk about that aren't just, lists, which is nice this time of year, JC.
Yeah, I just, So I don't know. So some recruiting stuff. You're right about the list. I'm sorry, I was looking at my phone.
No, you're good.
Because the wife hates clowns. Like she's scared of clowns.
Yes.
And I'll just say this real quick. So she logged on and happened to pop in like during the crossover, and so she called clowns are people too.
Oh, was that her first exposure to that?
She's really why I wrote the song.
Right.
Like to get on her nerves. Because it's such a, I wrote the song kind of as an intro to this, but then also like to her, because she's always hating on clowns. There's a picture of me. When I was at the Army All-American Bowl in 2013, I took a picture with Ronald McDonald, right? For my childhood.
Right.
Just so much. Hey, Ronald picture, funny picture. I had it up on a frame at my old place. I move in here. I had to put it in a drawer. She was more like against that than like, had I put a picture of me and my ex-girlfriend up or something. It scares the hell out of her. I don't know if the movie It or Pity, whatever. She doesn't like clowns. Okay, fine. You don't like clowns. I get it. But that's why I wrote the song. Because it's kind of a clowns are hey, babe.
Yeah.
Clowns are people too. Right?
Behind the makeup.
Behind the makeup. You can look behind it. But before I got a text and she was like, I got that song in my head. It is catchy.
It really is.
It is a catchy tune. I think I sung it start to finish during the crossover. Like you can't see me or hear me.
Right.
So I did some harmony. Clowns are people. Anyway, on with the Nana Sports chat box. Matt says Darius Gray was at Clemson Elite this weekend. Tiffany says, Matt, do you think we lose Gray now? Krager says if Gray pushed back his announcement after the visit, maybe. But he hasn't.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Craig, are you confusing Gray with Gillis? Gray, I don't think Darius Gray has Darius Gray made an announcement date? He's got a bunch of visits coming up. Darius Gray's the guy from Richmond. Gillis or whatever. He's the kid from Carver's Bay. It's supposed to announce in 10 days.
Yeah. I think Alex called it Giles. I don't know. We're going to
Giles?
get to the bottom of that. Yeah. We're going to have
the J. Giles band?
Like
Didn't they do freeze frame?
Like St. Giles, the little soccer group up here.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Gillies. Like Shane Gillis, Giles.
Giles, yeah.
Giles is fine with me. That's easier to say. God, but that is a bad way to butcher somebody's name, though. To say Gillies or Giles or
if it's
Gillis, because there's a lot of different possibilities there.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna say people's first name now. Zion G.
Till
I get it. Well, because with recruits, there's no excuse with college players because they usually have the pronunciation in a media guide. You could, if you really want to find it. High school kids, I don't know what,
I don't know if they put out other than maybe for, because stadium announcers might have that.
And they butcher it too.
Oh, yeah, please.
I mean, it's awful. Around here, you have a lot of Polish kids. And so you got a lot of Wezolowskis and
only
stuff.
Imagine, yeah.
Wezolowski, or Vernichowski. A lot of like ZCHK pronunciations.
Yeah. Wykowski with the.
And then there's a lot of Italians too. Anyway, and the PA people around here are god awful, just god awful. Tiffany says, I can't believe Summer sweating recruiting rankings in March. Kansas is 4th. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about the rankings right now, especially when you're just sitting on like 5 commits and you've got a bunch of blue chippers
right
lined up. I'm not even worried about it, period, because I some of these Clemson guys are underrated. I'm looking at in their class. Like they got 2 3-star quarterbacks committed. I guarantee you one of those dudes is going to be a baller. Guarantee you one of those dudes will be better than DJ Ungalele. That's a name I'm never going to be able to pronounce.
Right.
Ungalele. And maybe, I know Cade Klubnik's getting a lot of hype now. I don't know that I think he's great. He's not like their other quarterbacks were.
No, better than DJ, but not as good as
not
the
as good as other.
two. Yeah,
I guarantee you, one of these guys, and I have to read into like their recruitments and stuff. One of these guys is going to be pretty damn good. Just trust me. Mark it down. One of these guys is going to be good, and they're 3-star guys. Lance on LaNorris Sellers says the pride of 843 will prevail. Craig brings up a point I don't even want to think about. Kai Kruger's gone.
I was thinking about special teams last night, and I was like, it's way too early. It's way too early to be worrying about this. But
yeah,
it creeped into my head.
Yeah. Yeah. So somebody yelled at me the other day on the phone about needing your kicker like I'm in charge. Hey, I agree. Yeah, Tiffany talks about Tony Morrell talking about the scheme change. And I brought this up on coffee today. What it is essentially is less like zone read, triple option, where that because you not only have to get LaNorris to do reads and stuff, there's something in the offensive line that they have to do too that's a little complicated. Carolina was really heavy with that in the run game last year. I think you're going to see a lot more. Just line up, knock the P out of somebody in front of you and go.
That hat on a hat.
The hat on a hat.
Hat on a hat.
Tiffany says White Wiener needs to become a sponsor. If I ever come to Chicago, my first stop is the White Wiener. It's out in the suburbs, and if you Google White Wiener, you're not going to. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't Google White Wiener, Tiffany.
It's called Wyden's. Wyden's. I didn't know it wasn't called the nickname, at least the White Wiener.
Yeah, that's right. Wyden's White Wiener. I mean, they should have gone with the alliterative version.
My country ass walks in there with the wife. Hey, we're in the White Wiener now. Woo! They're looking at me with a big old Southern man with a small Asian wife. And they probably just heard White Wiener and thought, what in the hell is he talking about? What is this guy? This is sick. Get out of here, you sick butthole.
You pervert.
You sick butt. You pervert. You want to beef?
That's right.
Smart. Anybody that listens to the baseball or softball games on screaming, that Southwest commercial, smart. That's exactly how people talk in Chicago. It's about Chicago. By the way, I don't think I'm ever going to fly Southwest again.
I never have, actually.
Oh, dude, when I lived in Nashville, it was my go-to.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah.
I kind of mastered how to manipulate the boarding process and line up early. It was, newer planes, all the same planes. They'd never had an accident. I felt safe. Fun flight attendants. And I like the station-to-station thing where you didn't just all fly to Atlanta or Charlotte and wait. And if something happened there, you were screwed. Yeah, you can fly from Nashville to St. Louis to Vegas to San Diego. I like that better because it's a little variety. But they're going to start charging for bags, and that and it's because of an activist event. Broke my heart, man. I've flown United a whole lot more since I've been up here because O'Hare is a better airport than Midway, and United goes right into Columbia on an Embraer 190, which is not a regional jet. It's a medium-sized jet. You get good first-class upgrades are cheap. Those flights are never full. So I've been doing United a lot just on that flight, but I have enough points for a free Southwest flight, Phil. I'm just not going to use it.
Just kind of let it
go
by the
I was
wayside,
just like, come on, man. You have one more thing that made you great. Bags always fly free.
Bags fly free, right?
The whole thing. Right. You are now free, a symbol of freedom. It's not a symbol of freedom anymore. No. Activist investor.
No. Now you're no better than Spirit. general admission.
So anyway, but that Southwest commercial now, I'm going to cringe even more because those commercials on the streaming, dude, I'm like, when I'm begging for a Disney World commercial to break things up, so I don't have to hear the same commercial when I'm streaming a baseball or softball game.
That is a bit aggravating in that because you're not getting the local flavor, Yeah.
And that Southwest commercial. Hey, I got my beef in the bags for Dad. Smart. Yeah, smart. I'm like, oh God.
Oh, I don't think they're showing that down here. I have yet to see that.
Well, they do kind of feed local stuff to you. So maybe because it's Midway. Maybe that's because I'm here. Smart. See, I'm talking about something nobody knows what the heck I'm talking about, right? So I need to get back to Columbia so I know the commercials.
Right. Yes. So you'll know the commercials.
Idiot. God. Kreger says JC with Smeagol getting a crystal ball to Washington. That's not a surprise to me because Washington has been a factor. Is it probable that we miss on all three quarterbacks? Absolutely. In fact, I'd say it's probably more likely that they miss on all three than they get. They've already strike one, right? I'm not buying the Landon Duckworth thing at all. I just think there's probably places he fits better as a player, places closer to home. I don't think he would have decommitted. Some of the YouTube commenters, I just want to encourage them to go back and listen to old episodes, join thebigspur.com, read articles. I was like, Landon Duckworth decommitted when we lost all those games at the beginning of the year. I went back and said, oh, well, June 24th was not
the month of September.
Month of September.
I don't. Am I wrong in thinking that Aaron Nolan's arrival? And let me preface this by saying I understand you want to take at least one every cycle to at least keep the depth in the room and development rolling. But for 26, if we miss on these three and they pull in like a, under the radar 3-star kind of kid, even if he's a local one, I don't think there is anyway. Is Aaron Nolan's presence here should that settle people a little bit, JC? Because he's got plenty of eligibility left.
Yeah, and
lots and lots of talent.
I think we all hope and pray LaNorris Sellers has a good enough year to go on the NFL next year because that means Carolina's probably pretty good. But there's no guarantee. I mean, LaNorris could come back for his junior year. I mean, I'm pulling for NFL because I'm pulling for wins, like we all are.
Right.
I'll worry about 2026 when 2026 gets here. But there is no tomorrow in college football. But Cutter Woods is a good player, and Dante Reno gets a bad rap sometimes. I mean, I don't know what everybody expected out of him. It's probably because of that All-Star game. He didn't look good. And I say this again, neither did Trevor Lawrence when he played in the All-Star game. It doesn't matter. I think Dante's a developmental guy. After watching Dylan Thompson get a lot better. By the way, speaking of Dylan, shout out G.A. Mangus, who's now the head offensive coordinator at Brooklyn Casey High School.
Oh,
I missed that. That was 4 days ago.
Yeah, I didn't see that either.
My boy.
All right,
G.A.
Way to go, man.
Congratulations, buddy. Let's go watch some Brooklyn Casey games.
I wonder if they put a picture of Steve Spurrier Jr. up there when they introduced him.
Florida. Good God. So Craig asked do they pass on a quarterback and stay with the 4 you have and hope Reno doesn't leave? Guys are going to leave at that position, Craig. So I don't know if they'll hope that he doesn't. I would imagine it kind of depends on Sellers, if he comes back or not. What that situation looks like. You have Aaron Nolan, obviously. Phil, I do think that calms people a little bit. I think it's unfounded because I'll be honest, Cutter Woods was a nice pickup,
Yeah.
And honestly, if let's say Spencer Rattler had been back last year, everybody when Aaron Nolan came in, people would be saying Aaron Nolan would start over LaNorris.
Oh yeah, because you're
the stars
stargazing, right? Yeah.
And that's fine. I mean, I get it, but I think Cutter Woods is going to be good. I can't rule out Dante Reno. I mean, and keep in mind too, while Mike Shula does not have this lengthy track record as this Chip Kelly style offensive coordinator in college football or in the NFL. Although he's done well up there, he does have a elite track record at developing quarterbacks. So Mike Shula's coaching Dante Reno, and I think really Satterfield, I hate to even say something nice, but Satterfield, Dowell, Loggins, and Shula all are good at coaching the position, right? The quarterback position. They've all gotten better. But with Smingle and Crystal Ball, I have some insight on Brady. And I know Washington is really, really excited about loading up NIL money for him. That's what I've heard. I've also heard that he preferred to go south, but that Washington is that team to beat. The team to beat on the West Coast. And you may know that, keep in mind, Jed Fish is the coach there now after doing pretty well at Arizona. He too has a track record of coaching quarterbacks, especially guys kind of like Smingle or Smigel. So I can't rule out the Huskies, but I'll say this, because Bruin asked, is Gilmore from Gaffney on the radar now? No, not right now. But on the radar, yeah, every in-state player is on the radar, but I don't think they're going to go. The thing is, too, that if he commits to Washington, cancels his visits, absolutely, they'll probably go look into another quarterback. If not, and he still visits, then South Carolina's still in the game. And then you got Landon Duckworth. But I just, maybe I'm underestimating Carolina's ability to get Duckworth. I just don't see it right now. But Kreger was confusing Darius Gray with Zion Giles. Is it Giles?
We're going to say Giles because that's what Alex said.
The J Giles.
And he may know because he's involved in that more directly than any of us.
Yeah.
I guess.
Bobby's in the house.
Mm-hmm.
What up, Bobby?
What's up, Bobby?
Lance Player is also in the house. Our boy. We need to see if Javon Gilmore continues to impress and get in him and get in on him and keep him home. Depends. Yeah, I need to watch him a little more before I'd say that I think he's, hell, I need to see the offense next year to see what they're doing.
Right.
It's crazy. Tiffany says we may just portal this year, not sign one. Yeah, and look, hey, there is no shame in doing that. Because I think the strategy's right. Like, you get up there, you take 3 fastballs. If you swing and miss, maybe you foul one off, you strike out, you get up to bat the next inning. Don't live to fight another day. Or you can take guys like, like a Cutter Woods that's developmental. The good thing about a guy like Dante Reno is it's not like Ohio State where you have a big rep guy like Nolan or, like an Alabama Julian Sand left or whatever. Reno was highly regarded. I'm sure he would have a place to go, but there's no bag out there for your backup quarterback. If you have guys that are local or guys like that, and you need, it's tough. One of the hardest things in the world, Carolina's been fortunate, is to find a backup quarterback in the transfer portal.
Ashford kind of fell in your lap, right? Because he was looking for a new home. And you got lucky there that you had somebody, you didn't have to change the entire scheme. Aaron Nolan, I'm not even sure how that all played out. Like, that one surprised me. Like, when I saw that come over, I'm like, really? Like, oh, what? Really? Okay. I mean, I like it, obviously, because there again, you transfer the school of thought from last year to this, and that, okay, now you've got another very talented, athletic, touted quarterback that's going to be able to not, change everything up completely. You're not going to have to redraw the entire offense if, God forbid, something happens to LaNorris Sellers. But yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of, there's always the option of grabbing one out of the portal. And I think that Beamer's track record is good enough to where you could say that A, he can do it, and B, is going to make a fairly good decision about who it is he brings in.
Yeah. And I like, frankly, Look, I think it's going to be a mix sometimes with quarterbacks. I think sometimes you're going to have a portal guy that's your starter, like with Spencer Rattler or Jason Brown or Zeb Nolan, technically, for that matter. Those were all portal guys. Sometimes you're going to get a guy that you recruit in there. It's kind of homegrown, like you said, and that's, LaNorris Sellers or whoever. With Aaron Olin, he's a good player. I mean, he's left-handed. Probably doesn't throw as pretty of a ball because this kid, I'm about to compare him to, threw one of the nicest balls ever. And that's Tyrod Taylor that played at Virginia Tech. 5-star guy, great career at Virginia Tech. I think he's still in the pros. Tyrod is.
I think so. I think he's a backup right now.
Yeah, still in the pros. So that's kind of who he reminds me of a little bit. Wayne says, Lance says about Javon Gilmore, really raw quarterback, but freaky athlete. Okay, Lance, you're starting to sell me, buddy. I know you know ball.
That's right.
That freaky athlete thing. I'm like, ooh,
yeah. Everybody loves a freaky athlete.
like with basketball recruiting right now, Phil. I hear great athlete, and I'm like, oh God,
no.
The football right now, I'm like, bring out the freaks.
Yeah, that's right.
Carolina does have some freaks on their roster.
Listen, I mean, welcome to the Carolina Freak Show. That's what last year's defense was.
Yeah, I mean, and we're gonna talk a little about that here. Well, no, I'll just go ahead and bring it up. To heck with it.
Yeah.
Linebackers. I was talking to somebody the other day, and we aren't positive. And in saying this, I'll say that you're not going to replace everything about Demetrius Knight with one person.
Right.
Especially the leadership, especially the speed, the old maturity, the way he played the game. He's not going to be able to be replaced. You're not going to go like, hey, but can you make it to where you don't miss him as much as you probably should? Yeah, absolutely. Debo Williams was a stalwart inside, all SEC one year, obviously a big hitter. Bam Martin Scott, excellent pass rusher, starter, talented guy. I think he's going to probably get drafted late rounds or be a valuable undrafted free agent because he can rush the passer, and NFL teams love that. But I look at who Fred Johnson is, 6'4", 235, and 4.45 guy that can jump, and you have players that have talked about him being great. That's usually a pretty good sign when the players start talking about you, what you do in practice.
Yeah.
And then Justin Okoronkwo, freak athlete as well. And then Sean Murphy, when he's been healthy, has been really good prior to this point, and he is healthy now. And then after that, you got Jerron Willis. You got Colin Bryant, who was put on scholarship. Congratulations to him. He recovered the onside kick at Alabama this year.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He deserves something for that.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't I don't know that they won't upgrade that linebacker. And Lance chimes in, Demetrius Knight changed our life. That pick against Clemson certainly did, didn't it? And he had a lot of great plays and really was a leader the whole time he was there. See, you can recruit leadership out of the portal if you try.
Yeah, that's right.
Krager says Fred Johnson has all the intangibles. We just don't know about his instincts yet because we haven't seen him that much. Yeah, it's like I said on the message board, Craig. I was like, year one, he could be Jasper Brinkley. Year one, he could be a young, talented player finding his way. At linebacker, the mental side of it, the eye discipline, the eliminating or cutting back on false steps, the playing in your gap, you're understanding your assignments, that kind of thing. That's so important at that spot. Now, as far as raw instincts go, and I think Craig's talking about your proven your in-game instinct, so to speak. When he played last year, there were some plays that stood out to me where you didn't see any false steps. You didn't see this, didn't see that. A lot of those, Phil, were kind of rushing like one time when he rushed the passer.
Yeah, just get downhill.
Track down a sweep one time, tackle for loss. Craig, you're right. There really isn't enough to go on. So I think there is a kind of a delta for him, as far as could he go one way or the other. But he's one I'm not, other than maybe, he'll get better with experience. If he struggles some, I can't guarantee you any of these guys won't struggle at times individually. I'm not as worried about him panning out. And same with Uncle Runquo. We have to keep in mind, I know he came from Alabama, right? I know, and I know he did some really good things at Alabama, but he's only there a year. He's the same age as Fred Johnson, class of 2024 out of high school. So maybe they go with Murphy. So who knows? Krager says Justin's who I want to see. Yeah. I mean, dude, the guy was a gymnast. And it takes a lot of flexibility and explosiveness to be a gymnast, and a lacrosse player and a soccer player.
And if anything, and I'm no expert in scheme, but it looks like the Clayton White defense works a hell of a lot better when you've got high speed and athleticism at that linebacker position. I mean, it makes all the difference in that 4-2-5 that he loves to run.
That and setting the edge.
Yeah.
Right. Because in 23, Carolina could not set the edge. They were not fast at linebacker, and they didn't have much depth. And all those D tackles that ended up playing their best football this past year, they were very inconsistent. Tonka, TJ, and Boogie.
Yeah. Yeah,
and because and those guys too, they never came out of games because it was like there was nobody behind them. There were a lot of personnel issues on that side of the ball in 2023, but they switched to a 3-man front and they ended pretty well. Everybody's like, well, they didn't play a good offense at all. I don't care. Because guess what? Florida wasn't a very good offense, and they gave up 41 points and lost the daggum game. Mississippi State wasn't a good offense. They gave up 30 and got torched by, Will Rogers?
Will Rogers, right. Yeah, Roy Rogers.
It's one of those, it sounded like a fried chicken joint. But,
yeah, right.
So, yeah, I don't know, Phil, that they won't be better at linebacker this year.
I mean, you here's the thing. If you're the same, you're still good.
Yeah.
And if you improve, then hey, we'll take that too.
Yeah. I know.
It's exciting. I think that at least in early returns, right? And granted, spring ball doesn't start for 8 more days, but
yeah,
you've looked to sufficiently match the athleticism that you lost at that position. Now, what do they have between their ears? That's what we're going to find out. That the football character, if you want to give it the Lamont Paris. Yeah. If you want to give it the Lamont Paris eval, is what kind of football character are you bringing in? And then again, I think with the staff, you have to, kind of err on the side of trust when it comes to what kind of actual human character you're bringing, that's going to bring in that drive and want and willingness to work to succeed. So, I'm excited about it.
Yeah, they work hard in football they look hard in basketball to determine that.
Right.
It's a series of unfortunate events.
Yeah.
The same coach that put together a 26-win team on a shoestring budget, same coach that unfortunately put together this roster. And we talked, like we've used Florida State as an example in football. If you get a bad batch, it's like when you get a bad batch of donuts, you get gas and you're on the toilet. And it's terrible.
Yeah.
You just hope you don't get listeria or something. You don't have a near-death experience like FSU did. It's like
the 2025 FSU team or
24
for FSU
listeria
was definitely the equivalent of listeria. Somebody served up undercooked pork down there in Tallahassee.
Yes. Yeah, that was bad. It looked delicious.
Yeah, it looked delicious.
It looked just like the award-winning barbecue for the previous year's company picnic.
Right. Look at it. Oh,
that was a little
good.
undercooked.
That's right. Spent 10 games in the can throwing up your guts.
Justin says, Lance player in the Nana Sports chat box. Justin O is the stick his face in the fan and like it type of guy, big, fast, sideline to sideline. Yes. He is. I mean, he's a tackling. He loves. Yeah. I still want him to yell out in German to the opposing defense. That'd be so cool. Yeah, our opposing offense.
We should get one of the guys to drop that in his head, during one of the player availabilities here in the offseason.
Our friends at Palmetto Golfing, Brandon. Look, folks, he's got good stuff. I know some of you are golfers. I know some of you dress like golfers, even if you don't golf. Please check it out. Support the show inside the Gamecocks. The show. Sponsor PalmettoGolfing.com. Palmetto Golf and Belts is the name of the company. It's Gamecock owned and operated. Faith, freedom, forever to thee. You got all kinds of different styles. I want to tell you something relatively exciting today. They have some new stuff coming in, and I'm going to tell you about it right now. So I'm going to pull it up. Gloves, golf gloves, live now. PalmettoGolfing.com. Show off your team spirit, your patriotism, your faith, whatever you want to show off. And now, those of you that do dress as golfers that don't play golf, the gloves may be taken a little too far. But could you imagine somebody just rolling around like with golf gloves on? But anyway, don't wear the gloves out. Those are for golfers only. There's a sports reason for that. But they got all kinds of stuff: towels, bags, balls, great belts. I love the belts, and those belts will cost you about $150 in retail. They're $99. PalmettoGolfing.com. Lance says, I don't golf, but I'll drink lattes and hit the ball all day. Back when I was golfing frequently, I did not drink on the golf course. I'd like to try it drinking, Phil, to be honest. I think
let's go.
I think I'd be better. I'd be better.
One of the things that attracts me to it is, I'm down for anything where you can drink and play at the same time. So I love to bowl. I mean, it just goes hand in hand.
I love bowling. All right. So I told you about PalmettoGolfing.com. Check out all that stuff. We're going to be back to wrap up a Tuesday edition of the show. It flies by pretty fast when it's just 2 hours, even at the end of a 6-hour tour. My last stop on my delivery. Am I Mr. McFeely from Mr. Rogers?
That's right. Speedy delivery.
If this were Mr. Rogers, would I be Mr. McFeely? Those are the questions you all tune into Inside the Gamecocks The Show to have answered. We'll be back after this.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit ChefWilliamTurner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
This is LaNorris Sellers from Gamecock Football, and you listen to the show with JC, JB, and Phil.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. JC Shurburtt, Phil Mad Dog Mullinax in with you here. Final segment of the show for Tuesday. Just looking at those pictures, there's no place like home. It won't be too long. We'll blink, and then, next thing you know, it'll be hot as hell in August, and we're all making plans to be together again.
Yes, no doubt.
Yeah.
I am... yeah, that fires me up, Phil. Can't wait until Atlanta too. I think that's going to be fun.
Yes. Yeah.
So, and who knows? So, we'll see what happens. But anyway, yeah, we're all looking forward to football season starting again. One thing about basketball season, Phil, I was going to ask you this. I've heard, I don't know, I don't think this is a real mainstream type of talk, but I've heard it from here, there, and yonder. People are like hating on conference tournaments. John Calipari basically came out and said he didn't care. I think he's whistling past the graveyard because he knows he may go to 0-4 against Lamont Paris. But anyway, I've heard people talking about it, and I'm like, well, I'm just like, here's the thing. Why? Conference tournaments, as Dan Wetzel pointed out to us on JC Morgan today, that means everybody technically has a shot at getting to the NCAA tournament. Basketball is a tournament sport anyway. I love conference tournaments. I didn't like it back in the day when the NCAA was like, you have to win your conference tournament to get in the NCAA tournament. That's a load of crap. Because why are you even playing? We'll just play a tournament. Don't play the regular season. I mean,
Right. Yeah.
But
we'll just cut this off right now.
You're talking doing something just to determine seeding. That was stupid. But with that large bids and stuff, I mean, it gives teams a chance. I mean, NC State would not have gone to the Final Four last year had it not been for the ACC tournament.
Right.
Because they weren't going to make it. And although their coach did get fired this year, he was getting fired last year.
Well, I mean, you think about it too. And I don't know if, because I didn't see this, but if it's just hate for the Power Four conference tournaments, but I mean, sometimes 4 years of college basketball, 5 in this day and age, it culminates into 1 week's worth of games for some of these mid-major schools, right? Like these kids who have stuck it out and didn't jump in the portal, committed themselves to programs, committed themselves to degree programs. This is their shot. Yeah. And, everybody, if you're not at a big blue blood, then you want to be Cinderella. That's what you want. And you get a chance to do that by virtue of these tournaments.
I agree. And I think that the hate kind of the backlash. It's the same people that hate bowl games. It's the same that same stupid mindset. It's the same people that, quite frankly, are obsessed with brand in college athletics.
Yeah.
And they don't understand. I don't know whether they were just, they're just not very smart, or whether they're just, one of those types of people, but, or whether they think they're being a journalist and all fair and calling it like that, because you're not. You're actually just being, subscribing to a theory. I don't know what it is about these people, but it's the same mindset of do away with bowls and do away with this. And look, man, the more chances teams have, the better, because people care. And look, South Carolina is the number 16 team in the SEC. They're not winning the tournament. There's a very small chance that they win the SEC tournament.
The ability to do so.
What if they did?
And to make the tournament is more than zero, right? Like,
it's
more than zero.
It's one of the greatest stories in the history of sports.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't want to hear anything about conference tournaments for a waste of time. Really? Are we going there now? I mean, they're not a waste of time. Ask some of the bubble. There's a lot of there's not a ton of bubble teams in the SEC, because they're going to get like 12 or 13 in. But some of those teams, it is important. You can play your way in, unlike the football committee that froze everything before conference championship weekend. Basketball committee still watching.
Yeah,
your net can go up and down, and I guarantee you, there's
ask Texas if it matters, right? Right.
Look, man, and Auburn, on our Auburn site, they talked about how Auburn basketball sort of changed that. I think it was the year they went to the Final Four, Auburn actually won the SEC tournament. And sometimes you win the tournament and you go out early because you're worn down. Sometimes you win the tournament and you stay hot, like NC State last year and like Auburn that year. I mean, so think about how positive that was for Auburn, and getting that program to the pinnacle and of the sport and all that good stuff. So look, man, I just I don't understand any of this. Yeah. Like, so now we're going to bash conference tournament. And look, man, I was in Nashville last year on my way down to see you fine folks.
Yep.
And I stopped and I went to the Arkansas-Carolina game, and man, I had a blast. And I wish had I not had to get on the road, I wish I could have stayed and partied in downtown Nashville, because it was a great scene with a lot of fans from all the fan bases. And I mean, it's fun.
Yeah.
They have a gambling now sports book inside the arena. That's kind of fun.
Oh, really?
It serves beer. Yeah, that's kind of fun.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine in Phil's is like, I think we should get together and go to Asheville for the Southern Conference tournament, which is not a bad idea.
No.
But I'd rather go to Nashville for the SEC tournament.
Right.
Because I think there's just a lot more fun to be had, and it doesn't smell like patchouli. Anyway. Asheville, North Carolina, baby. But nevertheless,
it's good. I don't know.
I love the scene. I hated to leave.
Yeah. I mean,
on the road.
It just doesn't make any sense to me, because I mean, think about it even from the Gamecocks perspective. As much as a lot of fans and message board posters are kind of deluded to the fact that there are guys on this roster who are going to be here next year. I hate to tell you, but I do want to tell you, how much better would it feel winning 2 games in Nashville, getting bounced by somebody who's got a legit shot to win the national championship, moving into an off season? That would make you feel so much better than it would, playing a close game at Tennessee and losing the first game in, the conference tournament. So there's a lot that can be still had, even for teams who kind of understand what their postseason fate looks like. And then there's so you're telling me there's a chance, because you go on an unlikely run, and next thing you know, you're in a play-in game to compete for a championship.
Yeah, I mean, that's my thing. Bobby says Asheville, home of the hair armpits. Lord have mercy.
That's catching, by
I'm
the way.
about
I
to
don't
eat
know. It's not just, maybe it started in those areas.
I see commercials like with it. It's disgusting. Like,
Just
dude,
not for you, man. Yeah,
it's not my thing, dog. It's a no for me, dog.
That's a no for me, dog.
Thankfully, I'm married to a hairless Asian. Only hairs on the top of her head. Hope to God she's not listening. that would get me in trouble. So anyway,
Well, let me fire up clowns or people too. Distract, deflect.
But yeah, Lance says, Matt actually was looking for a hotel in Atlanta this morning. And Lance is like, hell yeah, sweating bullets, drinking lattes, and holler about the Cocks. Can't wait for Atlanta. And then Lance is like, how about no to hairy armpits? And it's become this thing where, like, some people act like you're a misogynist. If you don't like that, I'm not a misogynist. I'm not saying that I hate or want to discriminate against women with hairy armpits. It's just not for me.
Yeah, it's
I'm knocking at my door.
I don't understand why personal preference
is
all of a sudden becoming,
there's these virtue signals
isms
out there too.
Yeah.
I call them like female males. There's a lot of them these days. And they will literally be like, they act like they love it. And I'm like, if that's your kind of fetish that you like, that's fine. I think there's something wrong with you, but hey, some people still eat at the Chinese buffet. I don't, that's fine. I read a health report in 2004, and that got me over that real quick.
Turned me off of the Chinese buffet.
My in-laws took me there one day. I had 2 egg rolls and stopped by Culver's on the way home.
Yeah, and listen, and Tiffany brings up a good point too. Like, listen, everybody, there you go. It's not just us.
Attractive.
It's not just us.
I mean, I'm sorry. It's just, I don't like it. And I'm not discriminating. Guess what? Some girls, guess how many females don't like guys with beer guts, gigantic ones like I have right now.
Or
many
beards.
Or beers or whatever. Hey, I don't think you're being a man hater. God, that would, if I said that, people would call me a psycho.
Yeah, right.
Or something, I mean, come on, man, let's get real. But I hate it. I just, it makes me want to vomit. So that's just I'm sorry. That's just me.
Right.
That's just me.
Yeah.
And Tiffany agrees.
That's
I think, or all should shave their hair.
No. Listen, Tiffany's, taking it a step farther,
We all should.
Listen, everybody, hey,
I'd be down if that was in style. But see, the guys that like the girls with hairy armpits, they're already setting that trend. So,
but it is interesting. It probably, like, nowadays you could probably determine what a healthy couple is by one having hairy armpits and the other not.
Opposite. Yeah, it's you got to have the armpit hair balance, Tiffany, to have peace in your relationship. I got to get off this subject. Good God.
What?
Good God. Oh, I can just.
We can talk about a kid who can't quite shave yet, but will get in the face of somebody who's, half a foot taller than he is, and he's
good.
Yeah,
that's it. All right, so I hope. I mean, I don't know, Phil, if you can pull up the tweet and put it in the chat box or not, but
let's see.
All right, so Eli Ellis. I can't repeat what he said, and we can't play it on the air.
Oh yeah, then I probably can't.
We could, but shouldn't.
Yeah.
But he got in the face of some guy like, I mean, Eli's probably like 6 foot, some 6'5" forward looking dude. Just all in his face. You ain't gonna do anything. Or he said, he used the S word over and over and over. Like it was almost a fight. And
I like that. I like
it too,
man. Because here's the thing: like, you can't do that on a basketball court if you appear a certain way. If you can't back that stuff up with the way you play, like, because there is no room for that whatsoever unless you can ball. And
yeah,
man, Eli can ball.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, can you imagine dealing with that kid? Because he looks like he's one of those guys that, it's kind of like Jamie was talking about with Carry-On earlier about he's going to be in the lineup, but he's one of those guys that pitchers frustrated because they're like, why isn't this guy? Eli Ellis, you look at him and you're probably like, I will absolutely destroy this kid. And then he's like drilling threes in your face and talking smack.
Yeah, and then he starts chirping, and you're like, oh, God. And that just gets into your head, man.
Carolina had a guy like that in a long time.
No, it's been a while.
I can't even. I'd have to think way back to see if they had a guy like that. But so that was exciting, I think. A little spunk, a little fight. Here's my theory on it. It means nothing if you can't back it up at this level.
Right.
And you can go out there and talk all the crap you want. If you can't get a three, you can't get a shot off, and you're a liability on defense, and you shoot 20% from three, you're not going to be, but I like that fire. And most of the time, like you said, Phil, most of the time guys like this get it. They have a chip on their shoulder because they don't fit the prototype.
Yeah.
They're really good and they work at it, and all that good stuff. So I'm excited about Eli Ellis. I have been since he committed. I think everybody around here is tired of seeing bricks.
Need a shooter, man. I mean, that's been the missing piece. Yeah, it really is.
Years. Even the Final Four team, man, had games where just wasn't going in the hoop. And boy, though, I mean, you got a guy, if he can light it up, a guy like that,
somebody that you have to account for on the perimeter other than just like making sure you got a body on him, like you actually have to defend against this guy.
I would literally, and I don't know if teams actually played Carolina that way or not, but let's say Carolina was a church league team. Hypothetical. And I was coaching against them, right? And what I would do is I'd just pack in the lane and box out, make sure I got every rebound. And if they wanted to shoot from outside and they went 50% from three and beat me, take my chances with that.
Yeah.
Chances are they're not. And chances are if they get hot, they're going to go cold. That's what I would do. And it's not that there's some guys that can shoot the basketball. Ugasuk can shoot. Jacoby Wright can hit the three at times. I mean, there's guys that can do it at times. They're just not consistent. Carolina needs a sharp shooter, like killer, a downtown assassin.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you don't have to be Steph Curry, but if you're 2/3 of Steph Curry, then you're well on your way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that guy can really, I don't know, that type of guy can really change your fortunes. So,
yeah. I like it. I mean, I think it'll be fun. Obviously, the circus surrounding him off the court is going to be fun to watch. But I mean, one of the things that you like about like Bird, who is known as one of the most prolific S-talkers there ever has been to grace the hardwoods. Larry legend.
Bird?
Yeah. Then I'll take that all day.
Not Sue Bird, right?
I
bet she was a talker too.
I bet Sue Bird could talk some
Bird's
junk. Yeah, why not?
But yeah, Bruin says Marshall could ball. Hope this kid does too. Out of high school, there was no discernible. I mean, Eli's probably a little better out of high school. Bruin. But I hope he becomes Marshall Henderson. I mean, I actually hope he's better than Marshall Henderson. I don't know. Marshall Henderson was good. But I hope this is a guy that can sit out there and just fill it up, that drives other teams crazy.
Yeah.
Because I think in every sport, Gamecock fans are sick of not being able to score points.
Yeah.
In every sport. Football scored enough points this year. I mean, did you notice that, Phil? Even in the games where you kind of went, oh, the offensive line side, they didn't play well. They didn't have 30 on the board. They played 25, 30 points on the board.
Yeah, there really was only one dud offensively this year.
Yeah.
You know,
Now, down the stretch, and we're going to talk about this either on Coffee or on the show tomorrow. Disturbing trend of not finishing in the red zone at the end of last year because of turnovers and other last 2 games. Think about it. That's on offense. Defense, some trends too they need to reverse this year because it'll come back to bite them. Almost did against Missouri. But there are a lot of games this year the defense started off like gangbusters. I'm not going to say they let up. The other team kind of got rolling, though. And then, they'd circle back and win some.
And you were fortunate to be able to shut that down before zeros on the clock. Yeah.
Yeah. So those are two things that need to improve overall on both sides of the ball between now and next year. Regardless, we've talked roster and personnel. There's just simply flat out things that this team's going to take a step toward a championship run. There's things they can flat out need to get better at because that's the difference sometimes in the game. In 2 games they lost, those momentum shifts and breakdowns and turnovers and not finishing cost them against LSU and Alabama. All right, Tiffany said, good talk for coffee tomorrow. Coffee talk.
Coffee talk.
Krager said that Eli Ellis is the basketball version of Johnny Manziel.
Ooh. Yeah. Except you can, overtly send him money.
Overtly? Yeah.
That's right. You don't have to hide anything. No bag man needed. There. Full circle.
All right, tomorrow we have on the Chief Sports app, don't forget Tailgate Talks tomorrow morning. A pod will drop. You get that on the Chief Sports app, also on Gamecocks Plus with Pat DeMarco and Stephen Garcia. They have their the guest this week up on social media. It's always a great time listening to those. 2, we'll have the morning show along tomorrow a.m. And I think I'm popping in for that bad boy.
Wednesday? Wednesday.
Yeah, it's Wednesday tomorrow. And then Phil and I will be along. Also, Sports Talk at 6 o'clock every night on the Chief Sports app. And there'll be ball games tomorrow. The Gamecocks will be playing right around they'll be about an hour into the game by now. 1 o'clock Eastern tomorrow.
Oh, they got the early tip.
So we're giving you score updates from the Bridgestone Arena. Hey, it's going to be hilarious if they beat Cal again.
I mean, that's just as good as winning the championship would be to send them home early, because why not?
And I don't hate Arkansas, and I don't hate Cal, but if you're on a run, you're on a run. Let's do it. Let's keep it going, baby. There's not much to celebrate this year other than they beat Clemson. That seems to be like a trade-off with the devil. If you beat Clemson in basketball, you're going to lose 20 games. If you lose to Clemson in basketball, you're going to go to the Final Four because that happened too.
Yeah. There's history in that in baseball too. Get swept by Clemson, and next thing you know, you're in Omaha.
Yeah,
giving it back.
So, by the way, download the Chief Sports app and all that good stuff, and we'll be back tomorrow on Inside the Gamecocks, the show. SEC baseball's almost here. Looking forward to talking about it. Spring practice starts 1 week from tomorrow. So we'll talk about it all. Phil, get us out of here.
Yeah, man. Looking forward to it. Got the walkthrough tonight. Joe, catch it live, probably about 7 o'clock. I'm not sure if the late night guys are tonight or tomorrow, but keep it posted. Either way, though, we get to enjoy another stress-free evening where we get to sit down and have dinner and not have to worry about multiple screens as all the Gamecock teams are kind of taking a break, the ones at least that are on TV and radio. JC and I will be back tomorrow. Will Crow joins, I guess, on Wednesday for the morning show. Haven't heard if he's returned from his traveling yet. JC and I'll pop in and out as I normally do. And JC and I will see everybody here tomorrow again on the show at noon. Enjoy the rest of your evening and go Cox.